Fancy Bronwan. Helo, yr un added complication wrth gwrs I ni, Lily, wel I fi yn y bore wedyn ti'n y pan the championships yw fel arfer, o'n i'n oedd y log yn edrych ar ôl cael y winner numbers, dyn nhw, ond we haven't got a logger with us this time, so we'll have to do it ourselves. Fine, and I know chymod blaen gyda siarad the spotters and stuff at the sea, but then it'll apply to you in the championships hefyd, but fel arfer, o'n i'n gadael i'r oedd y log yn siarad dy rhywun o'r llawr, neu dy un o spotters, dyn nhw, dys I cael y winner numbers, ond we haven't got anybody with us this year. Cigar. Is I forgot my coffee up there with the dog ate my homework. Yeah, wedi neud I siarad yn gilydd, all good. Dwi fynd y hanner I fynd tan bod ni fyw ar y we. Rhys Padley David Allen. Hello, allai use ti fel opening shot bach? Diolch yn fawr. Mynd yn fyw ar y we mewn tua 2 minutes. Yeah, I've done the clocks I gyd fod yn dweud yn yr un peth, so... Steve need put a hot dead I ddechrau anyway, Steve, so I'll be on that for... I've got titles to play in, so I'll be a good minute before I hit your pictures, ar ôl I think look. Right, 1 minute to go, minute I fynd, pob luck pawb. Stand by with turbo, Rodri Brown now. I did Rodri, stand by with turbo. Right, 20 seconds to go till titles. Yeah, hello, come on. Flying cael y wybodaeth gobeithio, ie, o'r spotters a o'r Thomas, lyflu. Okay, stand by te. Fi mynd I fynd yn fyw ar y we. Right, episodes. Right, graphic is out, and... 20 off. on by David Allen with a little pan across.
Dyma ni yn y Prif Gylch, mae'r cystadlaethau ar fin dechrau. Wrth gwrs, fel sy'n wedi bod diwrnod am gyfrwy sydd yma bore yma yn y Prif Gylch.
So, very good morning here from the live ring at the Royal Welsh Show 2024. So, welcome everybody who's watching online this morning. So, little introduction. There's myself, Gemma Rees, and next to me I've got, good morning, I'm Hannah Turner. So, this morning we've got a very busy morning of showing. We have on the screen, we've got on the left hand side of the ring that you can see now, we have got class 138 coming up, which is the Welsh pony of cob type under saddle, and to the right we have got class 366, the retraining of racehorses, first ridden class of the day. So as we can see in the collecting ring, it's looking lovely and busy this morning, so plenty of lovely ponies there ready to get ready in the ring. So is it a strange one sitting here, Hannah?
Absolutely. I'm not used to sitting in this box, normally on top of a pony.
It's quite a nerve-wracking wait, isn't it, sitting there waiting to go into the ring, especially it's a slightly different class for these Welsh Section Cs, as they get ridden by the Rye Judge, which is the only show in the country that does that. So yeah, it's slightly different, so little different preparation, do you think, before coming to the show?
Absolutely, yeah. You need to make sure that your pony's going to go well enough for a ride judge, be safe. The atmosphere in that ring as well is amazing. There's nothing like it, in my opinion.
So we can see them now going in nicely, promptly on time. We've got a few RORs going in there. So got Section Cs on one side and the ridden RORs. So and first of all, obviously, same as a normal class, they'll walk around all together, then trot, into canter, change the rein, and obviously the famous gallop in front of the grandstand, which is the pinnacle, I think, of most people's showing year, isn't it, having that famous picture?
Yeah, famous picture in front of the grandstand. They're all coming in now. You've judged here before, Jem, as the ride judge. What do you think the ride judge will be thinking now as they're coming into the ring?
It's quite a nerve-wracking thing to obviously be a ride judge here. It's slightly different. I was on the British Show Hack and Cob panel, so I was used to riding platted ponies. So obviously you want them to be calm, you want them to be settled, and basically you want to see something that you want to ride yourself, so it looks enjoyable. Not heavy in the mouth, not too sharp. So yeah, it's quite a lot of factors, and you stand in the middle and you think it's going to be difficult, but they do stand out, the ones you enjoy. I find pulling them from fifth down is the most difficult thing, because you spot your favourites, you tend to watch those, and a little bit further down the line is the hardest. So yeah, and the ponies aren't used to having a ride judge, so it is an interesting class to do. Have you done this class a few times?
Yes, pretty much every year since 2007, I would say, with the odd exception. Our ride judge today, of course, is Miss Rachel Thomas. I think is she a hunter lady, Jem?
Yeah, I think she's again on the British Show Hack and Cob. We've got a little bit of information on all of our judges, so
very experienced judge.
Yeah,
but again, this will be a one-off for her.
Absolutely, it's an honour, really, I think, to be able to have the judging post here. So yeah, Rachel, we'll tell you a little bit background about Rachel. She's obviously Welsh. She's from Bridgend, which is lovely to see. She's currently a researcher for the South Wales Police, and also runs her own holiday cottage business on their farm. Rachel is a farmer's daughter, and both parents and her brother were horsey, so I'm sure they're probably here in the stands or watching online. So I think it's a proud moment for most people's family. She wrote on her notes, "I did everything as a child: hunter trials, hunter, side saddle, dressage, show jumping, pony club, even the Prince Philip Games, but mainly working hunters." but she wrote, due to the sudden death of her father when she was 19, I had to get out to the real world and fell into construction industry, but I was lucky with the support from my mum to be able to have produced a few of her own hunters for Horse of the Year show on Royal International, and also picked up some rides from producers like Malcolm Rosser and Andrew Quipp. So, and she's currently the secretary of Llangella Pentrich Hunt, so she's very well rounded. So we've got a few bits on here which we'll explain in the other bit. And who was our confirmation judge?
On confirmation today we've got Mrs Anne Hutchinson from the Wyken Stud, and started riding at the age of 6, first on the lead rein with her pony, a Welsh Section A. Through her childhood she competed in showing, show jumping, working hunters and eventing, with showing taking the forefront, and then continued this passion with a collection of Welsh Section A's and Section C's.
And as we can see there, both judges look absolutely fantastic. Anne's hat is spectacular, isn't she? I know beforehand she was a little bit worried about the rain, but at the moment it's a little bit cloudy here, but the rain is holding off, so she does look very good.
I believe she's made that hat herself as well, has she, Jem?
Apparently she has, yes. I enjoy making hats, and I gave her a little bit of inspiration last year, so yeah, very good.
Coming to your pictures next, Steve. Sixteen.
Of the BBC side of the main ring here. This morning we have the retraining of racehorse.
So any to those new listeners and watchers live on S4C this morning, we are currently looking at the main ring at the Royal Welsh Show 2024. On the left-hand side of the screen we have Class 138, which is the Welsh pony of cob type under saddle, and to the right of that we have got the Class 366, the retraining of racehorses, the open written class, mare or gelding 4 years old and over. So as we can see, they're starting to trot on both sides of the sections. With the racehorses, it's obviously an amazing class for these horses to have a different discipline. Not every racehorse is going to be a winner or being able to do it, so it's fantastic that they have this amazing series, not only doing flat classes, but they also rehome them to do working hunters, eventing, dressage. There's so many disciplines, and obviously some of them can be a little bit difficult and take a lot of training, but some of them really do come to this so well. So a little bit of information about the ROR, the retraining of racehorses, is the British horse racing official charity for the welfare of horses who have been retired from racing. Their mission is to safeguard the well-being of all former racehorses. They help retired racehorses find new purposes and loving homes. They offer retraining and rehoming support and welfare programs for former racehorses to ensure they have a dignified and full living life after racing. So the showing classes specifically for racehorses have grown in popularity in recent years, and more horses take to the ring after the careers on the track. As well as the ROR series, the SEIB Racehorse to Riding Horse series offers eligible combinations the opportunity to compete at Horse of the Year show. So these horses are just fantastic, aren't they? It's amazing that they can have a different aspect of life and life after racing. So this is quite a big ring for them. It's quite buzzy for them, so some take to it well, some don't, but yeah, we've got a lovely amount forward in this class.
Our two judges today, we've got Jenny Banks on confirmation and we have Claire Poole on ride.
And again, both of these are very well-known judges. Jenny Banks, a little bit of background. Jenny was brought up in farming, hunting and a showing family in Yorkshire, so she's had a bit of a trek to obviously get down to Bilth Wells. She's been involved in showing and hunting her whole life, She's worked as a secretary as well as at home on the farm, then later worked with horses, including jumpers. Jenny has shown herself from lead reins to hunters. Showing highlights include the Hunter and Novice Championship at her local The Great Yorkshire Show, as well as the Ladies Hunter class at the former Royal Show. But obviously Great Yorkshire is one of your local shows as well, isn't it? Another fantastic show. Her husband, Jackie Thomas, was Master Huntsman at the Cwriang Llangibby and Huntsman at the Glamorgan, so she has close ties to Wales and lived in Wales for a time. She's currently back in Yorkshire, but Jackie is still working in Wales, so Jenny spends a lot of time here. She's currently on the Sport Horse Breeding and the British Show Horse Associations and ROR panels. She's judged several times at Great Yorkshire. And she's judged several highest level, including the Royal Highland Show several times, and at Horse of the Year Show and Royal International 3 times. So I think we have a very well respectable judge here, so I hope she has a wonderful time here today.
2 very experienced judges.
Absolutely. So on to
Claire Poole, yeah. She's also on the ROR panel and the BSHA Ride panel. She has judged in New Zealand. She's judged all over the world, really. A lot of county shows, including Royal 3 Counties, Kent, Devon, Cornwall, Pembrokeshire. She has already judged here at the Royal Welsh, but as a last-minute stand-in. And she also judged the Spring Smallholders last year. She says she'll be looking for a comfortable ride that is mannerly. In our notes here, she explains that one of her things is that she wants a really good walk. When it comes to the sales, all you'll see is a walk, so a really good walk's really important for her.
I think that's quite important for most, isn't it? I think if you've got a good walk, everything else follows. So so I think there are 20 entries in the catalogue. From what I can count on the screen, so we can only see exactly what you can see on the telly. So apologies if we're a little bit slow at getting numbers and names, but we will try our best. But I think I could count 16 forward, which is fantastic for the show first thing in the morning. So only 4 not to come, but and we can see on the far side that the ridden section C's are well underway as well, cantering around. So just a quick introduce ourselves. It's myself, Gemma Rees. We're currently looking at the ROR's open ridden racehorse, retraining of racehorses open ridden class, and on the far side of the ring we have the Welsh pony of cob type and a saddle, and I'm here with Hannah Turnock.
Hello. It's really nice to be here. It's very different for me sat here instead of on top of a pony, but I can't wait to be able to report on some dreams coming true this week. So
absolutely. I think in front of us is Ang Cathwell, so I believe this one has, I know it was last year's winner. He always goes very mannerly, and he's a local horse to Wales and does very, very well. And as you can probably see, he's missing an eye as well, which really does not affect him. You don't really spot it very often, but yeah, he's a lovely horse, and he still does the jumping and everything, so it doesn't affect him at all.
I have to say that some of them were a little bit unsettled coming in, but they all seem to be really nicely settled now, going well around the ring.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope there's not too much cheering with the galloping of the section C's. That usually, unfortunately, unsettles a few of them. But it's quite calm this time in the morning. You can't really see, but to the right of us is a huge grandstand. It looks quite quiet out in front, but to the right is the grandstand, which is quite daunting to trot up. It's quite echoey, isn't it, when you're trotting in front of it? So
it does look like they might be gearing up for the gallop, the famous gallop in the Section C class. So,
and the ground looks absolutely amazing. So well done to all of the staff at the Royal Welsh here. We have had a little bit of a wet summer. We haven't had much of a summer, but at the moment it looks fantastic going. So, and we really do appreciate that for it to be so nice to ride on.
So the grey here is Agent Sanwas, formerly trained by Neil Mulholland, retired from racing about 12 months ago, so not long ago at all. Owned and ridden by Sophie Spiteri. This horse hacks, hunts, dressage, so a real all-rounder there.
So we're just trying to have a quick look on the far side of what has been drawn in the ridden section C. So I can see that Hannah Atkinson's drawn second on
Danwood Llewellyn, yep. I couldn't just make out who was top then.
No, I couldn't quite see. It looked like the ringside pony in third, I think. So hopefully we'll pop over to those rings in a second, and we'll have a look at the RORs here at the moment being drawn. Again, we can't see the numbers, so we're doing it by sight and who we know. And as soon as we can get numbers and names, we've got Lucy Luke from Pembrokeshire right in front of us. Here, just bear with me a second. So they're currently pulling them in, initial pull in. I can see Anne Cathwar is drawn second. We'll have a look at the first one in a second. But it's quite important. It's nice to be drawn top, isn't it? But it doesn't mean you're out of the ribbons when you're drawn lower down, especially when you have the ride judge section. But
a lot of pressure to be drawn top. To stay top then, isn't it? And hope that it all goes well.
It is. It's lovely being drawn top, but it's quite nerve-wracking at the same time. Last year I was lucky enough to do the riding horses at Horse of the Year show. First time I've ever done that section, and when you do the ponies at Horse of the Year show, you get drawn in any order, you do your class. And I was drawn top, which is the most terrifying thing I've ever done in my life, even though I didn't have to do a show, but I looked to my right and there were all the very well-known producers, and yeah, it was a very pinch me moment. I stood at the top of that line, which was fantastic. We ended up second and reserve champion, but yeah, it was a wonderful moment to be drawn top. Privilege, isn't it? So as we can see, they look like they're working well together, the two judges. And the first horse will be ridden soon by Claypool. And again, it's difficult for the ride judge. The first one is always the hardest. I think when you're working in your pony outside, you're all warmed up and ready, but obviously this judge is getting on cold, and I think you don't warm up until the second or third horse, really. So it's not, I think sometimes you have a bit of advantage being drawn a little bit lower, but I found as a ride judge, your ponies at the end are obviously your harder ones, or the ones that haven't gone as well on the go round, so by the time you do get to those, you can get a little bit tired, and so yeah, it's a hard judge being. You have to be very riding fit to do this. So yeah, we'll try and catch a few numbers now as well.
Lovely to see so many here.
It is.
They all look really well.
They do.
You can see 2412 there. That's Hannah Fancourt and Oscar's Law.
2, 4, 2, 3. So that is Katie Llewellyn and Polydamos, born in 2009 by the Hesman stud, and it's ridden by Katie herself, so owned and ridden by Katie. We'll just have a quick look in our notes, see if we've got anything on her.
And if you've just joined us here in the main ring, welcome.
Polydamas is by the famous Nash one and has produced some excellent horses. This one, unfortunately, they said this horse was very disappointing on the track, so obviously he's not made for the racing world, but he's a beautiful horse, and let's see if he gives a nice ride to Claire Bull.
In the Welsh ponies and the saddle, and that's class 138 on the Welsh ponies of cob type, and that's on
I think it looks like Abby Dart pulled top there on the mare, Blind Still a Penny.
That's in the ridden section C classes that we'll probably come to shortly. Unfortunately, we don't have any say on what's what. But we've just seen the first horse. I think it just spooked at the blue marks on the floor. You do find at these big county shows they will have a lot of lines and painted lines due to the displays. So they are, as you can see, there's quite a few blue ones. Quite often they can be white. I know in the main ring a couple of years ago there were big white lines. If they do the Pony Club games, they have a start and the end, and a lot of them jump it, so you can see those. So that was a bit of a shame that it spotted it last minute.
It always makes for some quite interesting pictures when the cobs are galloping and you end up with the jump over the line.
Yeah, they do, and some horses notice them and some don't. It's very strange. They're all very different.
Judge there, Claire Poole is smiling, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it went very well apart from that little blip. But yeah, she seems to be smiling, and the rider, Katie, seems to be happy as well. So it's always a relief when they jump off. And on to the next, 2408, which I know is Victoria Bircherelli with last year's winner Anne Cathwa, again born in 2009, and we'll get a little bit of information on it now. Oh yes, so as we mentioned before, he only has one eye. He is winner of the class and champion ROR 2022 and reserve champion ROR last year. He qualified for London 2023 by winning the Spring Fair and finished 12th at the final. He won and qualified again at the British Show Horse Association Rising Stars at the Royal Welsh Spring Show. He was trained in Wales by Matthew Barber down in Pembrokeshire. He ran 3 times and then seated the rider and ended up 2nd and 5th. So again, not the best racehorse, but a fantastic show horse. So so he's more of a hunter, a lightweight hunter type, with the other one was more of a riding horse. So they can be hacks, riding horses, hunters. They're all, even though they're all purebred thoroughbreds, they're all built slightly differently. But
the first thing I thought about this horse was, wow, what a front.
Oh, he's beautiful, isn't he?
Yeah, he'd like to be sat behind that.
Absolutely, and he'd do well in the hunter sections as well. So you can see how he's got such a fantastic history of doing so well. But looked a little bit keen there going into the gallop. But
wanted a grandstand moment.
Absolutely. But and it's different. They may not feel how they look when you're riding them. It's depending on how each person likes them. Do they like them heavier in the hand? Do they like them lighter? Do they like to put their leg on and feel safe, or do they like them taking them forward? So again, we're all different, and that's how we have different winners at every show. But that seemed very well and settled. So,
and you'll know more than me here, Jen, but do many of these horses go into different classes?
Yeah, there are quite a few of them that do. The last year's champion riding horse that won my class eventually, was an ROR, still is an ROR. If they win the final at Horse of the Year show, they're unable to compete again in the ROR class. It does mean so a lot of the very good ones will go on and do well in the sections that they're well. But the horse that was champion at Horse of the Year show was it won the riding horse section and is an ROR. So yeah, they do well.
That's fantastic. One of the ride judge here, Miss Claire Poole's pet hate, she said that she finds it frustrating in these classes that the judge must penalise horses for racing injuries or firing blemishes, as it can mean placing a good horse below a lesser conformation horse due to blemishes. And some horses will have run 50 times and unfortunately had some racing blemishes, and I think she finds that quite frustrating.
I think that's slightly unfair, isn't it? I think they shouldn't have to be completely perfect, especially if they've been doing the jumping and anything like that. A few of them have probably broken down, and that's why they may have thicker tendons than most. Their limbs might not be as perfect, but it's still wonderful to see them. It doesn't make them an any worse horse. So that is a shame. I do agree with her.
Well, we've got over to the Welsh section C's now, under saddle. This is Dan Wood-Llewellyn out for the ride judge.
So we'll just do a quick introduction for anyone that's just come online with us. So we're currently looking at class 138. It's the Welsh Pony of Cob type under saddle. We currently have Rachel Thomas, our ride judge, on the pony that's drawn second, we believe. We've only just come over to this ring. We can only see what you see in front of us, even though we're sat just above the ring. We can only see. So
our ride judge is smiling there, so that's a good sign. This pony, Louis, as he's known at home, bred by the exhibitor here, the Atkinson family. Looks like he's being very well behaved there.
So just a quick introduction to anyone here. It's myself, Gemma Rees. We've just had Mr. Ira Guinan join us for the morning. He's had his first taste of the the park and ride. So turned up a little bit late, but don't worry. How are you this morning, Ira?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. So slightly different to parking in the horse lorry park, isn't it? So
yeah, definitely.
Very busy.
Yeah,
which is a great
which
sign.
Is good for the show. It's good.
Absolutely. So and then we've got Hannah Turnock with us.
Hello. So nice to be here.
She is our section C&D expert, far more than I am. So
expert might be a stretch, but it's definitely more my thing than the ROR. So I'm very grateful to have you sat here with me, Gem, giving me an education this morning.
So those that have just joined us, they have drawn the section C's up. We weren't sure how many were forward because we've only just introduced, but when I judged, we could pick either 15 or 20 to stay behind. It's probably, again, one of the only classes that they do throw the horses out. So you do your go-round, and then, unfortunately, the rest leave. You do have a back line. It's obviously because the class is so big, there's too many to ride. So, and some of them are quite unsettled, so you wouldn't want to ride them. But
you've got safety first, really. Isn't
absolutely, it? Absolutely.
This is the ringside pony out now, exhibited today by Hayley Reynolds, owned by Danielle Heathcote,
and he would have been bred by the Williams family,
absolutely,
from the ringside stud, who have had a fantastic success over the last few years.
And Kate, actually, from the ringside stud, will be in this ring also with her pony today, Donistic Turpin.
So have you had much experience with these Welsh cobs? I know you have, Eric.
Yes, it's we have a fair few at home, and this is a good class. This is a very different class to normal, obviously, because the Welsh don't normally have a ride judge. So the Royal Welsh is quite unique for that. So it's nice to see.
It is lovely to see, isn't it? It's
long may it continue, I say.
Definitely. But it's very difficult at the moment, where I know there's been an awful accident in Balmoral with a recent ride judge, so it's very up in the air whether these ride judges will stay, but I do hope they do. It's just obviously you have to have your pony prepared as much as you can, and safe enough for a ride judge, so if we keep doing that, then hopefully we'll keep our ride judges going.
Yeah. And this pony, Ringside Gamekeeper, has collected his hoist ticket this year at the Royal Three Counties. I know he went last year as well. I believe he won at Lincoln last year.
And Rachel Thomas is an experienced judge, isn't she, and a rider, so she's done a lot of work in hunters and hunting, and in my show jumping days she used to do a bit of show jumping, so she'd be a very experienced rider anyway.
Absolutely. And even if you are not in the sections of the C's and D's, I don't do a lot of it, but you can still appreciate a good ride, can't you? I know she'll probably be coming from the hunter and the riding horse world. I bet she'll want them very nice and light up in front and taking you forward, I think. So I think you have to do a bit of background on your judges when you're setting your ponies up for these. But we can see Anne Hutchinson looking absolutely amazing in her outfit. I know she's been very excited about doing this class for the last year or so, because you do get asked very well in advance. So
we'd like to take the
this pony we can see out now doing its confirmation is Tinwood Hurricane.
These ponies doing the confirmation will come from further down the line. They start at the end of the line with the confirmation. Let the ride ponies then, once drawn top, they'll get to the middle and do a little bit of a swap. So it just keeps the rings flowing and going quickly.
This pony out now, Donistic Turpin, was actually Section C champion here last year, and Supreme Welsh.
That's right, in the in-hand section.
Yeah, in the in-hand section, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today.
This is his first time here ridden. He was only broken this winter, so even though he's a little bit older, he still will be a bit greener than the rest of them. So to be fair, considering he was running around with someone leading him, he's doing a very good job being out on his own. He looks very happy.
And produced her own all the way through. She's managed to get some of her horses to the Royal International and Horse of the Year show.
What do you look for in a Section C then, Eirik?
Same, a lot of it is the same as any other horse. Confirmation is a very is important, tail set, and length of rein, but obviously the Section C type has got to come into it, a pony type, and in my opinion they need to be pony type. A lot of them have gone too much like a Welsh cob for me. As it says in the Welsh Pony Cob book, pony of cob type, so that's what I would be looking for.
Yeah, personally I'd like to see some pony characteristics, but with the substance and limb of a cob.
Yeah, 100%.
He looked like he gave her a very mannerly ride. He's done well for his first season, so
within the ring there, you'll also notice
there's quite a few very successful ponies in this ring today, actually, so it's going to be interesting to see how the results end up.
And both judges will give a right mark, I believe. I don't think they have to, but I think it makes life a lot easier with so many ponies. So I believe they'll do a 50-50 split. So it'll be 50 marks for the ride and 50 marks for the confirmation.
Showing, show jumping, with the hunters and eventing. With showing taking the
I
forefront.
think Rachel's just standing back. She might not be doing. Yeah, there we go. So you can see her now doing her marks.
Racing the Midlands and successfully showing.
She'll just be comparing and deliberating.
Absolutely, it's difficult if you ride the first one and you give it a 49. You have nowhere to go, so you do have to use your marks very well. Even though your first one may give you the best ride, I think you do just use a wide range of marks. So the ones that you don't like, really do mark them hard. So then you don't have ponies that have done something wrong to be placed where they shouldn't be. So I think that's where it gets very complicated sometimes.
Yeah, these marks, you know, as you girls know, we all do these hoist qualifiers all the time, and I think a lot of judges don't use their marks enough, you know.
No, I completely agree. I think sometimes when you look at a ride and you are given 35, you get quite angry, but maybe the top ride mark might have only been 40, so I think you do have to use them to give yourself a little bit of scope, and you can't have 4 of them at 49. They can't all be the same. So do you know what this one is?
Yes, this pony out now, Cheshire Flashbang Wallop, another homebred actually, ridden by Terry Kleins. Young pony, but he has qualified for Hoys at MPS Area 25 earlier in the season.
They've got quite a few that have already qualified.
Yeah, that is a good class. It's a really good class.
I think the last time I did the ridden section C's years, which was quite a while ago, I rode a pony called Tingundan Moon Lady. It was her first year, drawn top, and Terry ended up, whose pony this is, winning on Flashman, Kashmir Flashman.
Flashman, yeah.
So he did very well with him. I think he won here a couple of times, didn't he? Oh, so she's just checking her girth. She doesn't think it's tight enough. So again, maybe not being doing the right ride section, not being used to making sure that your girths are tight. You have to make sure that your stirrups will go long enough. Being a little shorty like myself, I do have to make sure that I have stirrups that go long enough, and make sure you've got stirrups big enough for bigger boots if you've got gentlemen riding. So I think the overall impression when you first get on a horse is really important, which a lot of people don't think about.
Just a 5-year-old, this pony, I believe, so he looks like he's doing a nice job.
Yeah, question for you girls, what would you be looking for in the feel of the ride now if you were getting on one? How would you judge if you were doing the marks for this?
So personally, I like something that's off the leg, light in front, and that is just going to take me. You know, I want something that is going to go. I don't want anything too sharp, obviously, but I don't mind a bit of personality, a bit of sparkle.
Absolutely, and I think you've got to remember you're not there to school the pony.
Yep.
100%.
So it's got to take you. I don't like them when they're very sharp. I do like something that I can put my leg on a little bit and ride into your hand. But yeah, it's very, very important how they are in front of you. We all school them and we all know how they are, but a lot of these ride judges just drop them in front, so you do have to have that self-carriage. And not too lazy. There's nothing worse than anything that's too lazy and you're kicking around. So sometimes, quite often, if you drop the front, the ponies aren't used to it. So especially these ones, I know with the big horses, you set them up for it. So they do get a bit wobbly, young horses.
Especially in this class, obviously, as we've said, this is an unusual class. It happens once a year that a ride judge gets on, and you perhaps may have given your pony a bit too much work, or not enough work, because you're not used to preparing for the class. So
no, it is very good. And you probably see a few of the older type ponies will be higher up the line after the ridden, because they are a little bit more well set up, but then sometimes the older ones know their show too well, so that this, especially with these section C's, you know every single quirk about them, but that judge doesn't. So
this is another Hoys qualified pony here. This is Daffron Rodri.
We can see in front of us we've got Mr. Harper, who's we tend to have the same stewards here year in, year out, and without our stewards we wouldn't have shows these days. So just a big shout out to all of the stewards and everybody that helps to put these huge shows on. It's not just all about the Royal Welsh, it's all the little shows that are leading up to this, all of our local shows. Without them we wouldn't be able to do these bigger shows and bring these younger horses on. So thank you to everyone that does come here and steward and help.
Absolutely.
So we can see that one's a stallion because it had a little stallion badge on its bridle. So this is the only class that they are all mixed together, your stallion, mare and geldings. When we come to the Welsh section D, they will be split into mares, geldings and stallions. So it's nice to see the numbers, so they will look a little bit bigger in this sections, but I think the entries are looking very big. So I'll give you a little rundown on how many are entered. So the Welsh mountain ponies, the Welsh ponies and cob type under saddle. On our notes it says 37, but I think it's 137 for the two sections, which is 10 down from last year's entries. The most we had was in 2016, where there were 208 entries. But all in all, the total number of entries at Builth Wells this year is 2,537, which is just over 40 more than last year. So then, considering we're probably in quite a difficult financial crisis at the moment, showing is very, very expensive. It's lovely to see that the entries haven't dropped, which you have seen around the country, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's very true. And also the weather this year is just everything from preparation to schooling, or not everybody's lucky enough to have facilities at home, and so it's nice that people are still managing to get out and get their ponies looking and going well.
You're probably going to the Royal International now from here, are you, Eirig?
Yes, we are. Tomorrow night, actually, we got to go up, so we got 3 going there. So yeah.
Yep.
Any of you girls going?
Yeah, we've got 2 going tomorrow, so we'll see you there.
Yeah.
I know, it's a shame when it clashes, isn't it? It is such a shame, but yeah, we go from one end of the country to the other. I'm there Friday, so flying visits.
Yeah, it's a terrible shame they clash, but we have to fit it all in, and that's all make a choice. So yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, many of these will be going to the Royal International probably. When are you competing Wednesday?
I would think so. I've got my junior jockey riding on the Wednesday and the open classes on the Thursday. So
they've got a few. So this is the pony we believe is draw top.
Yeah, Blind Still a Penny.
She looks very well, doesn't she?
She does look well. Happy Dark there. Another Hoist qualified pony. In previous years.
So again, sorry for apologies, we don't know which ones are which. Obviously when the ride judge gets on we haven't got any numbers, so what we know, Hannah will update us on the ones that she does know.
Is very experienced producer and lead trainer of these race horses, and runs her own equestrian centre in Gloucester, which is dedicated to this.
This again looks like it's giving her a nice ride.
I'm very grateful to the sponsors of this class here this morning, being the legacy of the late Mr. Mike Jones.
That's our pony that's drawn top. She looks very well indeed.
Nice to see a mare pull top as well.
It is. And she stands out. She's got that tiny little splodge on her belly, hasn't she? So it does make her stand out. What's your thoughts on stopping on the end of confirmation these days, Eirig? Because it's a new thing. Do you find we never did it years ago? At the end of our confirmation show, they've started to now salute.
Yeah, it's
my pet hate.
Yeah, it's not the best thing, but some judges like it, some don't.
I know, it's hard to know. I like seeing them trotting freely back into the lineup.
I tend to be led by the judge. I sort of keep half an eye on them, and if they're stood waiting for me to stop, I'll stop, and if they're already doing the marks Just
carry on. Yeah, it seems to be a new thing, so you never know if you're doing right or wrong, unfortunately. So tell us a little bit about this one now.
This is Danwood Llewellyn, bred by the exhibitor there, Hannah and Linda Atkinson, 12-year-old gelding. This pony was Supreme M&M at the Royal International last year. We believe the first Section C to do that.
And previous Horse of the Year show winner.
He is,
well.
yeah, and reserve champion.
Yeah.
In 2018. So a very successful pony.
Yeah, my daughter was lucky enough
Of course, yeah.
to ride him in the junior class. Obviously qualified him first time out and had a lovely spin on him round Oise. So
yeah, he's a lovely pony. He looks really, really well too, doesn't he?
I know Hannah, I hope she won't mind me saying, but she does work really hard to keep him in shape. So I know she's been doing a lot of prep for today.
They're very similar types to the first two as well, aren't they? You can see that they are following a type. So we can see our ride judge now, Rachel Thomas, just adjusting his stirrups.
yeah, it's a difficult job with these ponies, especially if they qualify for Horse of the Year show early on. Where do you go and what do you do after? And I know there was a bit of flack after Great Yorkshire that
Sorry.
yeah, well,
That would be me.
but you know, people have got to understand though, to keep them fit and keep them so they don't get too fat and lazy. They got to keep going to shows. And it's your local show. Why don't you go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why
And
not?
from my perspective, I own my pony and I just want to enjoy him. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in the pressure of qualifiers and we need to go here and we need to go there, and you forget to just enjoy them. And I've got 2 little boys at home and they come with me, and it's important that we have a day out and enjoy the shows that we've got, because if we don't support them at the end of the day, they won't continue.
There won't be a show. No, exactly. I don't think it should matter. I think they should let the numbers go down the line, not just to 3rd. I know with the horse classes, I believe it goes to 5th. But I can't see why they can't increase that number. So we need numbers at the shows. It's having the better horses at the shows. Just because you qualify doesn't mean you can't sit at home all year.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Little pat from the ride judge there. Nice to see a reward in the ponies.
And that looks like another mare as well, doesn't it?
Pops to stiletto, I believe, but I haven't got the numbers in front of me, so I'm just trying to work it out.
Donistic Turpin up now doing his confirmation.
He looks a picture, doesn't he? The most photogenic pony I've seen.
Oh, look at him, he's posing himself, isn't he? You can see, so this is last year's in-hand Section C Welsh Pony of Cob type winner. He was the overall champion, so you can see some ponies just stand themselves up, don't they? When you have one like that, you're very lucky.
Certainly makes the job easier, because some people do forget that confirmation is half the mark.
Exactly. We all practice our shows. Do we ever practice our in hand? So, which is 50% of your marks, and it's amazing how you can make a bad horse look good if you're very clever at standing your pony up. So I think it's a very important. I do quite a few clinics every now and again when I get time. Got 2 little ones as well, but I always do a confirmation section at the end of our clinic, especially with the youngsters, and I stand them up badly just to show them the difference, so it makes a huge difference. So just a quick introduction for anyone that's just tuning in. We're currently watching Class 138, which is the Welsh Pony of Cob type under saddle, stallion, mare or gelding. Got myself, Gemma Rees.
I'm Hannah Turnock.
And Eirik Heinen. Rachel looks like she's enjoying her morning.
Yeah, I was just thinking she seems to have she's been quite lucky this morning. She seems to be getting the tune out of the most of them, so which is nice as a ride judge. You don't want to get on and not be able to get one to go.
No, and knowing Rachel, she will have ridden all sorts of horses, so she would know how to get a tune out of one.
There's Terry Clines there. So just going back to the Yorkshire, Terry has become a bit of a internet sensation in the last
hero, isn't it?
Yeah, in the last week, because he actually did dismount with the permission of the judges and retire from the Section C class and pass his hoist ticket down to the 4th place pony, which was really nice to see. It was a lovely class to be part of, a lovely moment to be part of, something that none of us will ever forget. So it was, yeah, a moment from the memory book.
Absolutely. So we can see now our judge Rachel Thomas, who's just gone to give her marks out of 50 for her ride, and we've got Anne Hutchinson in front of us, looking absolutely fantastic.
Some hot girls, eh?
And she made it herself.
Oh, did she?
She did, yeah.
I think she was a bit worried about the rain, but hopefully it's holding off.
No, she looks fantastic.
She does. She looks amazing.
They'll take some outfit to beat that this week, so...
You can see there she's just having a good think about her marks, making sure she's getting it right.
Yeah.
Daffron Rodri just doing his confirmation section.
Actually, the perfect weather, I think, isn't it, for showing today? Sometimes it can be so hot here. I remember a couple of years ago, sat in this. We're in a porter cabin at the top of the hill of the main ring, and we do have an air conditioning unit next to us, and that was very well used a couple of years ago. So it's nice to have the door open, and it's nice, perfect weather for showing, I think, isn't it? Ground's not too hard. It looks fantastic out there.
Ride judges just got on to Glebedale Johnny Depp, another successful pony, exhibited today by Nikki Oldershaw Glenn and her daughter Harriet, who I believe is in training to be a jockey, so she might be in the other ring one day.
Absolutely. Yeah, Glebedale stud, fantastic stud. Lots of lovely ponies over the years. So we've just popped back now to the ROR class. So this is the open ridden section. So these are the ex-race horses that didn't quite make a successful... Some do obviously do very well racing and retire to showing, but many of them didn't fancy racing or weren't good enough, so they're rehomed then to have another life. So we've got our judge there, Clearpool, which is she's got 2 more left to ride after this one.
On our notes here we can see that Claire believes that showing is the most difficult thing you can get an ex-racehorse to do, as it goes against everything that they've been taught. For example, they have to go round together without being competitive and stand in line together without getting ready to run, and it's a big ask for some of them.
Absolutely. I never even thought of that before, of the go-round, thinking they normally have to race each other. So, yeah, it is difficult. And they are thoroughbreds. They're very highly strung. They're a different type of horse altogether. So my current riding horse is a purebred thoroughbred, and they can be quite sharp.
Nice to see this horse here in just a Simple snaffle.
That's it, and Claire's done a fantastic job. She's very sympathetic with them as well, isn't she? She's given each one a lovely, lovely ride. And a nice pat with a smile on her face at the end. It looks like she's having a lovely time.
We can see here this horse out for confirmation.
Our confirmation judge for the day is Jenny Banks. So we gave her a little background earlier, but Jenny was brought up in farming, hunting and showing family from Yorkshire. She's been involved in showing and hunting her whole life. She's little few notes. What will Jenny be looking for on the go round? She'll be looking for a horse that will be retrained well and enjoying its job and its life after the racecourse, and a goodish mover and one that's going well. When they come to the nitty gritty, my eyes are drawn to the limbs and feet.
Which you'll find many judges say, won't you? No foot, no horse, as the saying goes.
Absolutely. So she obviously likes ones that move well, so I can see why she's drawn the first few up above. Generally, most of these racehorses do move fairly well. But as we mentioned earlier, they can come in the riding horse type, the hunter type, or a hack type. So this one looks like it's starting to give her a lovely ride as well. And Claire probably getting a bit more tired by the end of riding a class this big, so we think from what we can see there are 16 forward out of 20 catalogue entries, which is lovely to see here at first class in the morning. The ring is looking lovely and full.
Gem, as a ride judge yourself, is there any special prep that you would have done for a class like this, or for?
Yeah, definitely. I always like mine really light in the mouth, so you obviously have to school them well. I think it's always good riding him in the bridle that you'll be riding in the ring. I know quite often we'll ride in a snaffle at home or a different training bit. I always think it's good to do those last few adjustments that week before the show. I think it's really important, as I said to you before, to like your first impression as a ride judge when you get on. Make sure I always set my top rein closest to the saddle so the judge can grab your top rein first. You make sure that your stirrups are well, make sure your leathers are safe, because I know quite often they will snap. Your girth, everything. You sit on your pony and you just look at everything just to make sure even your saddle fits well, your bridles, absolutely everything like that. So make sure your health and safety and all of that is correct. Because you see she's jumping on now with her top rein, so I will always put that top rein up in front. You do want them to stand, that is manners. So things like that, practicing getting on and off, even if you get somebody else to leg you on and off, just make sure they do stand. That is your first impression as a ride judge when you get on. You want it to feel safe, you want to get yourself gathered, I know obviously it's a bigger atmosphere here, but we're all in the same boat, so manners are everything.
Personally, one of my pet hates is when they won't stand when you're getting on. Yeah, they walk off straight away.
Yeah, so
anything I'm riding, I would like to stand when I'm on.
Absolutely,
especially if you need to do your stirrups or do your girth, or when you're halfway down a field before you've managed to do your girth.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's just small things like that. So you obviously just want to make sure that everything's fitted correctly. And obviously school your pony. You've just got to get that perfect, not too sharp and not too quiet combination, which is easier said than done, isn't it? So
yeah, and the other thing, like if you're new into this job and you're thinking of doing a class like this, get your friend to ride it, or get somebody else to ride it, just
to feel it,
so he feels different, or she feels a different rider doing different things.
Yeah, and I think it's so important how straight they are. You'll be amazed how many ponies are stronger on one side or the other, or don't go straight. If they're not going straight, then they don't move well. They don't go well enough. So have your pony straight. That's so important. And bending, just your basics really. There's so many fantastic courses and that you can go on these days. There are so many producers and riders that do these courses over the winter, and if you can jump on those, you learn so much. And ask people, that's your biggest thing. Watch and ask. No one will ever not help you. I think the showing community is so wonderful, especially the people that have been in it for years and years. Don't be frightened to ask them.
Well, good morning to you all, and a very warm welcome to the showground at Sylwebaeth on what is a special year as the Royal Welsh celebrates its 120th.
So I think we're on the last one of this class. So obviously on the far end of the ring we've got the Widden Section Cs, which I know many people will be eagerly waiting for the results for that too. So we can only see what you can see, even though we're sat 50 yards away from the ring. We can't quite see down there, but we will give you the results as and when we see them. But again, Claire's done a fantastic job of riding all of these today.
She has, and she looks like she's enjoyed it. Hopefully she's enjoyed it.
Yeah, and she'll have a few more to ride this afternoon. They do, can't remember what they call the class now, but they do a working hunter section in the horse ring. They'll do that this afternoon. So many of these will go off and do the jumping class, which is great to see too. She got one left to ride. No, that was it. There we go. So she's going to have a quick look at the confirmation by the looks of this. It's nice to see. I think when you ride them, it's nice to have a little walk around them to obviously make sure that you both judges agree. Or if you've got two on the same marks on the ride, then it's nice to have a look. So here's our two judges coming back. So it's Jenny Banks and Claire Poole.
Full to the brim last night during the showground service, and
this last one just coming out for its confirmation phase now.
with my fellow commentators here at the English Language Commentary Decision. I've got Jan Lewis, Emma Thomas and Will Richard.
So if you can just hear a little bit of background noise behind us, we share our porter cabin with the S4C live stream. So yeah, they go through the cattle and the sheep and the horses, all the different sections. The S4C do an amazing job of this live stream. I think we're so lucky to have this. It's very rare. I don't think it's probably the only show in the country that does this. That's free and able for everybody to watch. So we are very lucky that we have this amazing coverage from S4C.
Absolutely. I know I was looking back at my memories on social media this morning of a clip from myself showing a stallion a couple of years ago, and it was just such a nice memory.
Lovely memories to have, isn't it? Oh, yeah, very, very lucky. I'm the same. I had my old horse Banjo when I won the side saddle here, and we're so lucky with the side saddle. We get to have the whole main ring, which is just amazing. It's a very quick class. We have 15-20 minutes to do the whole class, but the feeling of trotting down that whole front of the main ring, winning is just a thing, and I've got it all on video to watch forever, so very, very lucky.
Definitely one of the best main rings to compete in, I would say.
I think so. Which is your favourite, Eirik, over the years?
Yeah, Royal Welsh was very special. We used to come show jumping here. There was a very, very special when the show jumping was here. Obviously we lost that centenary year, but there's some amazing places to go, but Royal Welsh, being a Welshman as well, was
we're very patriotic, aren't we?
We are, but it was
Sorry,
the crowds used to get behind you, so it was
I think it's on par with winning. I know you've been very lucky to have an amazing time at Horse of the Year show, especially with your daughter a few years ago. I think it's quite just as special, isn't it, winning here as it is winning at those prestigious shows. I think it's one of the top.
I know, definitely, as a owner and breeder of the Welsh breeds, it's dream come true stuff for me personally. If you ask anybody with a Welsh pony or cob, they would say they would want to win at the Royal Welsh.
Absolutely.
We're just remounting now while they work out the results. Having a good discussion at the back of the lineup.
So I think from memory now, the horse that's drawn top at the moment is 2423, which is Polydamas, and in second currently was 2408. So it'll be interesting now to see how they place them after that little jump that the first one did over the blue lines. When it did its first show, Eirik, it just popped just over those blue lines, those dreaded lines that they paint on the floors for the display. So it's whether to see how forgiving she is. It's apart from that, it did go well, but you see two judges are in big discussion here now. It's nice when you have a judge that you agree with. There's nothing more difficult when you don't agree. So if you see on the screen now, where you can see that BBC tower, we're just sat just behind that, not being able to see the ring.
So have we got marks in this class, girls, or do they just...
I don't know. I'll have to I haven't noticed them doing marks. By the looks of it, I think that they're doing it off.
Good old-fashioned
which
discussion.
is nice. Yeah, it's nice to see sometimes. They both can see the good bits and the bad bits. So
I perhaps in the minority, but I personally like the mark system. I know a lot of people don't. They want to go back to this way of having discussions, and I think perhaps they think that often then they get the winner that they want.
But I think some things get forgotten. When you've ridden 20 horses, how are you going to remember every single little thing?
I am a fan of the mark system.
So I think it does work well in a way. It gives that person that is 10th the advantage. If you were given a very good ride and you gave a 49 or a 50, it gives you that advantage to go up. Whereas if you weren't, will they remember you?
No, exactly. And it's happened to us a couple of times with my daughter, where she was not had a pull at all in her first ridden. I'm going back 6 or 7 years ago, and she was like 20th to do a show and got pulled up to win,
Exactly. And it does give you that opportunity. It does reward you if the marks are done well.
Yeah, any system is only as good as the people who are using it. I feel like as a competitor and as an amateur competitor, you just feel like everybody's getting an equal shot.
Yeah, agreed. Like if you're not pulled in on the first go round, first 6 or 10, it actually, if you got determination,
It gives you that.
It gives you that determination. Right, I got to pull one out of the bag here.
Yeah. Years ago, I rode a 14-2. I had a lovely pony. We'll go back to that now. We'll just see what's being drawn top here now. Yeah. So our winner is number 2423 from my memory. Let me just get our notes quickly.
Victoria.
Katie Llywelyn on Polydamas. So she was initially drawn top and went lovely. And so congratulations to Katie, who's the owner and rider herself. So congratulations to everybody and all their connections.
This was the one that in our notes said this one was very disappointing on the track. So no longer disappointing. Now a Royal Welsh winner.
Absolutely. Not fast on the track, but perfectly behaved here. So congratulations to them. It looks like the Greys come up to second them.
Katie is the daughter of John Llewellyn, ex-champion point-to-pointer for many, one of the best point-to-point jockeys ever set foot in Wales, I would have thought, years ago. So Katie's his daughter, so...
She's bred to do this too, isn't she?
She's bred to ride the thoroughbred by looks, but she obviously likes the slower ones, not the fast ones.
Yeah, I don't blame her. So the second horse, we will get the number as soon as we see it. So from our memory from earlier, we believe that second is 2425, which is Sophie Sporetti and Agent Sanos. This is a fairly young horse. She's 8 years old, so congratulations to Sophie and all of her connections. So she's come up for place, which is fantastic. And looks like last year's winner, Anne Cathwa, has been dropped to third.
The girl in second is from West Wales Cardiganshire. She does a lot of retraining
of racehorses. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does very well with it. I think she has 2 or 3 of them on the go at a time, so she does attend all of the lovely local shows, and we're very lucky down at Pembrokeshire. We have Ceredigion, we have some fantastic local shows which the rest of the country don't have. I don't think we realise how lucky we are down there with the likes of Cardigan County, Fishguard, even to your smaller ones like Hayes Castle. We could do a showing season down in West Wales, and with amazing Hoys-winning horses as well. We're a very horsey county down there, aren't we? So very, very lucky.
Yeah, that's one thing I do miss. Obviously,
say now you've moved
to Abergavenny from Pembrokeshire. Yeah, miss all those little county shows.
Lovely. You can't beat them. You can't beat them. There we go. So we'll wait till the rosettes are awarded. So we can see all these fantastic stewards looking amazing, beautiful dresses. So again, once again, thank you to all the stewards that help run this. It's a mammoth task, and we do have the same, you do see the same faces year in, year out looking after these sections. So thank you to everyone. Yeah. Looks like we've got our sponsors as well here to award the winner, which is Katie Llywelyn and Polydamas. So congratulations to all of them.
This horse looks really well drawn to his limbs. He looks like he's got lovely limb.
He does, and he moves well. Like we said, our confirmation judge, Jenny Banks, she said she liked a horse that moved well. So I can see with her type, she's gone for the more with the prettier brow bands. So you're probably a bigger mover than your hunter types.
So you said, Jem, you'd see this horse as a riding horse?
Yes, I would say it would be a riding horse. And then Sophie Spiteri then being awarded the second place, so congratulations to everyone there and their connections. So I'm sure she'll be very pleased being moved up an extra place.
And the first place is awarded to Katie Llewellyn, number 2423 with Polly Damus. Polly Damus is a 15-year-old baby held in by the IF and has had 36 runs on the flat for the trainer Tony Carroll.
You can see our third place is Au Cathwa, which is, let me have a look, 2408, which is Victoria Bircherelli. So well done to everyone in their connections there.
Third place goes to 2408, this is Victoria Bircherelli's and Cathwa. And Cathwa is a 15-year-old baby in Berkshire Island, who is an English contest winner and runner-up in
The judges there just having a little chat with their winner.
The fourth place goes to number 2420. This is Lottie Innes Paris, As I See It. Is a 12-year-old being held in by Team Theatre. Winner of British Counterpart with Ed Walker, and 14 runs on the road for Home.
The ROR Society is the retraining of racehorses is such a fantastic society, and the competitors are always rewarded. They have extra rosettes. You can see they've got their Royal Welsh winning cards and rosettes, but they've always got extra rosettes. They're always given vouchers. You're winning coats and numbners, and they have fantastic prizes. I know one year I helped a lot with Pembrokeshire County Show. They had Tesco's vouchers and things like that. So it is amazing. They are very well supported, and I know a lot of the racehorse studs and everyone like that do support these classes very well. And it's not just the showing, it's the dressage, the eventing, so yeah, endurance, and it's nice to see them having a different life.
Absolutely, yeah. Really nice to see them go on and do something different.
Definitely.
And be so well looked after. These horses look incredibly well, don't they?
Amazing. And so well behaved, considering some of them probably own a track 12 months ago. So.
Yeah, this grey in front of us was racing 12 months ago, so...
12 months ago, yeah. He's settled very well for the job.
So, yeah,
well done there.
Well done to Katie Llewellyn and all their connections, to Polly Damas, the winner of Class 366, the retraining of racehorse.
You can see first and second just coming down the grandstand there.
We can see the main ring is starting to fill up now with spectators. It's probably getting busier as the morning goes along.
You can see the collector ring behind starting to fill up with the ponies and horses for the next classes. So we've got a busy morning here in the main ring.
So we see Hannah in the background now, so she will be speaking to all the winners. That's Hannah Parr down there looking very smart. So she will have a chat with all of the winners, so we will be quiet while she has a little catch up with them. So here we go, hopefully we'll be very, very well mannered, isn't it? Considering they've all left and he's just stood there in the main ring. So once we speak to Hannah, hopefully we will go back to the Welsh Pony of Cobb types, the ridden section C class. So, just a quick introduction to anyone that's just joining us. We have just finished the open ridden retraining of racehorse class, and hopefully we'll be back over to the other side of the ring to see the final of the Welsh Section C, the Welsh Pony of Cob Type under saddle. So just a quick introduction. It's Gemma Rees.
Anna Turnock.
Ira Guinan. He's forgotten his microphone.
Oh dear, girls.
And he wasn't even out drinking last night.
No, I wasn't.
So here we go. So we're, as we said, we can't see all of the numbers. Obviously, when the ride judges are riding, we're only going by what we know.
It's a Menai pony, isn't it?
Possibly, yes. I was just thinking.
Airy Bonner's
Commander,
Royal Commander, I think he's called, isn't he?
The first class in this section will be class 151. This is
Come from the fantastic Menai stud down in Carmarthenshire, who've had amazing success here over the years with their A's, B's, C's and D's, haven't they?
Yeah, very prolific breeders. They do a lovely job. They've got a real nice bunch of Section C mares there at the moment, and they're flying the flag.
You've got one, haven't you? Stallion.
Yeah. We both have.
Oh yeah, you both have. Oh well,
Yeah,
there we go. Yes.
Yeah.
Two very nice stallions.
Yeah, the one we've got still owned by the Menai stud. We're just getting him in the saddle for them, and yeah, he's having his first year as a 4-year-old. He's won 3 times out, and he's won every time. So, but he's been back doing stud duties now, so we've only just got him back this week. So he might have a different attitude, and we'll have to see how it all works out.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about your Menai pony.
Menai George. He's a 9-year-old stallion, owned by myself, bred obviously by the Jones family. He has been to Hoys every year since 2021, and he was best of breed at London International in 2022. And we're off to the Royal International on Thursday. He's qualified in 2 classes. He's qualified for the open class and also with Scarlett Marshall in the intermediate class on the Wednesday. Scarlett, who we will see, I have just seen her in the collecting room on her pony, so we'll see her shortly. Not sure how many they've got left to go.
Yeah, they're surely coming to the end of the section, so well done to Rachel, our ride judge from Bridgend. She's done a fantastic job. So that's our other judge, Anne Hutchinson, so who looks very glamorous. So beautiful, beautiful outfit. So it gets a bit more difficult when you're coming to the end of the line, because obviously these are the ponies that might have been a little bit less unsettled on the go round, and they have stood a little bit and they have stripped. So if you've got a cold back pony or anything like that, it's very difficult for them to put the saddle back on and then go out and try and do a show for somebody that they don't know on board. So this is where all your training and practicing and going to clinics and getting your friends to ride your ponies really does come out.
Our ride judge there, very experienced ride judge. She's just not hassling this pony, still smiling.
Yeah, just doing a job, and she can see that he's a little bit greener, or hasn't had the rider on much, or hasn't done as much showing, so she's just giving him a nice trot round.
It's all experience at the end of the day, isn't it? And perhaps it won't go their way this year, but they'll be back next year, and hopefully things will be different.
Absolutely. And she's still coming back with a big smile on her face. Pat for the pony. She's probably giving a little bit of feedback. I think it's always nice to give some feedback, especially the ones that don't go quite as well, or you feel there's something that doesn't quite feel right. I think it's always nice to have that feedback. So if you have a look on the far side now, we've got the small hunter sections going in. So Rachel changing her stirrup.
It is a big ask for some of these ponies that will have never had a ride judge before, because we just don't have them in these classes. The atmosphere is like nothing else in that ring.
That's it. And being shorter like yourself and me, they might not be used to people with longer legs, how you ride differently. So
I once had a section C here who had previously qualified for Hoys in the horse ring. I could not get him to do one lap of walk around this ring.
Oh, really?
He was not having any of it, and the atmosphere is just electric. It's so intense down there, and
it's
hard.
It doesn't. As we were saying, from this angle, you can't see how buzzy it is in that grandstand. It's huge. The seats are going up and down. There's children shouting. It's almost got like an echo feel, hasn't it? So as this pony now is trotting, he's trotting towards a huge grandstand. So it's a very busy ring. You have huge flags when it's very windy. It's quite noisy. You can see them on the side here and the banners. So yeah, it is quite a busy show. A lot to look at for them. You can see all the flags trotting past now as they're trotting past them. Cameras in the corners as well. They're not used to these cameras. The cameras are everywhere, especially at the front by the grandstand. But you can see just a little bit unsettled, but she's being really sympathetic.
I think she's doing a really nice job. She's not hassling them.
No,
she's letting them go, get a bit of experience, and taking them back.
That's it. And if they're a little unsettled, she hasn't canted that one, and it's right that she doesn't. If she doesn't feel right on it, then I think she's got every ask to not have to do it. At the end of the day, it's your safety, how you're feeling, and these ponies aren't used to it, so she may get a few at the end. That may be a little bit like that, and they've been stood a little while now. We're at 9:30, so they've been in the ring for an hour and a half, so it's a long time now. It's nice to see her having a chat then with the owner, just to let them know, and still with a smile.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, it's mileage for every single pony in that ring. Some of them, like we've said, will be novices or may now have been here before, and unless they get out and do it, they're not going to get out and do it, are they? So.
Lovely sight to see, a huge glass of section C's, everybody enjoying themselves, and obviously the television coverage for everybody to see at home is a fantastic thing.
That's it, and I think from a quick count, I think she's kept 20, and it was 20 when I rode, so that's quite a few to ride.
I'm feeling very jealous, sat watching them all stood like that.
I know. So I'm adding up the marks now.
Perhaps got a little deliberation going on there. Is she going back to
got
check?
A couple more to ride.
Oh no, she's not finished.
I think she got about 4 left to ride. She's had a tough ask this morning, fair play.
Yeah, she has. At least, as we mentioned earlier, the weather is probably the perfect weather. Nothing worse when it's too hot.
Pulling her stirrups up one. I don't know about you girls, but I'm a bugger for stirrups. I absolutely hate having them too long or too short. Gotta be just right.
Yeah. I think a good old trick they do with the stewards quite often, they get an elastic band around a whip. They'll borrow a whip and then go along the lines. I find that works pretty well, but this is going sweetly. She's been stood in the line for a while and it looks like it's given her a very
Looks like a happy
sweet,
chat.
mannerly ride.
Yeah.
She looks a bit more comfortable on this one, doesn't she? Still smiling. And it's a big ask. We can hear in the background they're asking the small hunters to gallop on. So again, this pony is going to be right next to a pack of small hunters galloping behind it. So
Another
well
challenge
done to
for
it.
them.
Yeah, well done to it for being very mannerly.
Big pat for that pony. He looked like he was enjoying himself there.
Absolutely. As we're going through these, I'll give you a little bit more information on our two judges. So our confirmation judge is Anne Hutchinson from the Wykin Stud. She's had some fantastic ponies over the years. Her background: Anne started riding at the age of 6, first on a lead rein with her pony, a Welsh Section A. Through her childhood, she competed in showing, show jumping, working hunting and eventing, with showing taking forefront, and then continued this passion with a collection of Welsh Section A's and C's. She's based in the Midlands and successfully showed in hand and ridden, and then ventured into the breeding with her parents Ron and Diane Jordan. They selected bloodlines from the Synod and Nerbo mares, and this is how the Wykin Stud was begun. Ryle Democrat is Anne's pony of a lifetime. He competed at Wembley, or Horse of the Year show, as a working hunter before the ridden classes were introduced, and was an Olympia finalist 5 times, being best of breed for 4 of those. He was purchased from the breeder as a 2-year-old and stayed with Anne until he passed away. Another pony of note was Wykin Rob Roy, which many of us will know. The family's homebred stallion, who sadly passed away last year at the amazing age of 31. Robbie, who's very well known by most of us, was a Hoy's ridden finalist himself before taking the Kellythorpe Section C Sire of the Year title 9 times, which is just incredible for such a small stud. Other than breeding and showing her own ponies, Anne also produced for the show ring for a number of years. The highlight was being crowned mini champion at the Royal International with the M&M Hackamore Georgia Brown, with rider Mimi for owner Katie Demetroy. Anne now sadly suffers with her joints and is no longer breeding or showing, but she gets her enjoyment from judging, and is also a chairperson of the Midland Welsh Pony and Cob Society. She believes being part of the sport is an honour, and she's enjoyed it for over 50 years. She's part of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society on the C's, D's and Ridden panel, as well as sitting on the NCPA and TSR judging panels. She briefly judged at the Royal Welsh over 30 years ago, when she was invited to judge the ridden C's and D's as the rye judge, which is an experience she has never forgotten. She's since been lucky enough to judge at the Royal Welsh again for the Welsh gelding in hand classes and the Winter Fair with the Section C's. She's most looking forward to judging at the Royal Welsh and honoured to be asked to judge again. She said she's looking for a straight movement from the shoulder, bright eyes, and always with a little bit of sass, which the Welsh breeds are known for. So the little background on Anne, and as we said, I think she's got the outfit of the week so far. I know she's the first one in, but she looks fantastic.
Be hard to top. But it's interesting that she's got such a unique experience in there, because she has done the ride judging as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You won't find many, I would say, confirmation judges that will have done the ride judging as well. So
yes, nice to see.
It'll be nice from her perspective. She'll be able to give a really well-rounded opinion.
Absolutely. Hopefully they'll work well together, the two judges. Then she'll appreciate what's gone well and what hasn't. So yeah, and then a little bit about Rachel Thomas, who's our rhythm judge that we can see now. She's from Bridgend, so currently a researcher for the South Wales Police, and also runs her own holiday cottage business from the farm. She's a farmer's daughter, and both her parents and brother were horsey. A few little bits about her. She says, I love the main ring and was lucky enough to take part in the centenary celebration parade of the show when I rode a horse dressed as a vicar at a shotgun wedding, standing at the arena with the Welsh national anthem playing with something else. I also love being in the grand parade, with the best moments being on my ex-racehorse, as he loves the grandstands, and it means a lot to be to a Welsh person. Yeah, that centenary year, I did a display with, I don't know what the story was, but I was riding my side saddle horse, and they were mowing and making bales around me. There were tractors. Thank God Banjo, my old horse, was so well behaved, but yeah, they did some amazing displays that year. Rachel said she's looking... she's used to racehorses and she likes a good walk. I don't like riders to crowd each other or run the horses too fast, pushing them out of their rhythm. I'd like a longer ground covering action, not rounded like a sewing machine. I like something to be flexible and move sideways off my leg and not just forwards. I don't like animals who hang or fall in, just something that is pleasant to ride and goes off the aids and is comfortable and smooth through the transition. I like the riders to display ringcraft and to show their horses off to their best ability.
I think many of us could agree with that. We all want something nice and comfortable to ride.
Absolutely. So we're just concluding now to this class, so what a lovely sight to see in front of us, and the first four look of a similar type as well, don't they?
Yeah, so we've got Blindstone Penny, Danwood Llewellyn, the ringside gamekeeper, Donistic Turpin, Cheshmere Flashback Wallop, the best name in there.
Yeah,
I think.
Absolutely.
Daffron Rodri. We're just padding across.
And
there.
I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those have qualified out of the first 6.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine it'd be long before Dick Turpin picks a ticket up somewhere.
So here we go, we've got our two judges now, Anne Hutchinson and Rachel Thomas, just deliberating while the marks are being added up.
Really strong class for them today. Really nice to see.
Lovely to see, especially with the clash of the Royal International. It's lovely to see.
The riders will be having that anxious feeling while they wait.
No, it takes a long time. It's so important for the stewards to get it right. So. Double checking everything, and the judges are doing the same now. They're double checking. Got to make sure we get it right. So unfortunately we missed the first one being ridden, so we only saw the end of the second pony, but from there on they all looked like they gave her a nice ride.
I feel a bit nervous for them. I can relate to that feeling when they're in the ring.
Absolutely. It seems to take forever when you're sat there, doesn't it?
It's worse being a parent outside, I'll tell you.
Well,
We've got that to come, haven't we,
I'm not
Jem?
going to lie, Eric, when your Ella won at Horse of the Year show, I don't think I've ever seen anyone jump so much as you did in that collecting ring. I even filmed you and sent it to your partner, and but yes.
There we are, our winner.
Amazing. This is Hannah Atkinson and Danwood Llewellyn. This is her dream.
Her dream, absolute dream.
Her dream. Oh, wonderful.
So Llewellyn is bred by Hannah and her mum, so homebred.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful for them. They'll be absolutely delighted about this. So we're unsure of what the second one is. We'll find out as soon as we know the names. The third looked like Kate Williams.
Dick Turpin. Fourth, the ringside pony. Abby will be a little bit disappointed, I would imagine.
But we didn't see how she went, so sorry we can't comment on that. But, oh, Hannah. I think there's a few tears flowing. I don't think there's anything left for this pony to win, is there?
No. What a pony's been for them. And what an achievement, a homebred pony.
That's it. And
a girl did as well.
Her Horse of the Year show, her mum rode, didn't she?
She did, yeah. I think that might be a goal of Hannah's now, to beat her mum.
So it's a definite family affair, which is wonderful.
Oh, I'm so pleased for her.
Yeah, she's a lovely, lovely girl and super talented jockey. So we're all good friends, which is lovely to see your friends win, isn't it?
Absolutely,
I think it's just as nice your friends winning than as yourself, really, isn't it? So
we've been rooting for them all in there, but it's really nice to see Hannah take that spot.
As soon as we get the number of the second one, we will update you on that. And third, we've obviously got Kate Williams.
Johnny Dick Turpin, a fantastic achievement for this pony who's been broken less than 12 months.
Absolutely.
Last time he was here, he was in-hand champion for the Section C's, and I think he was Welsh Supreme as well.
Yeah, it's amazing for him to come back as a completely different discipline, to behave so well, for Kate to school him well enough for a ride judge to ride him in such a short period. It is amazing. They've done really well, and obviously they've bred the fourth pony as well, so yeah. I think the back line, and that's not even all of the class, so, you know, a lot of them have been thrown out before this section, so it's a lovely sight to see.
Oh, Han. Getting emotional for you. Not sure, something just happened with that fourth pony.
One has just left, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it has, is it? Oh, would it not stand for the rosette or something, maybe?
I'm unsure.
Unless she's asked to be... Does she do anything else?
Unless she's doing the next class or something.
Maybe she's been asked to leave, perhaps.
So, yes, here we go. It's Hannah Atkinson and the very prolific Danwood Llewellyn. Congratulations to Hannah and all of her family. I think this is the icing on the cake.
Dream come true, absolutely. We just need to see that second pony's number. I feel like we've not had a lot to say about it, but...
Welsh Pony Club type stallion male galloping registered 4 years old for own. So, first place, number 1390, P.E. Loudon, Penta and Melinda Atkinson with Danwood Llewellyn. Ryan Safler, second place, goes to 1419 in Pedro in now, which is Anne Stanleyland with Martel Jojo.
Martel Jojo, I think we just heard.
Yeah, there's a lot of driving. This is a pony that got sold through the Cobb sales. Bobby Thomas sold it through the Cobb
it's
sales.
a pony. Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, so that's
it did very well. Oh,
yeah,
fantastic.
Fair play. That's usually does a lot of driving, that pony, so he's
it must have given a very nice ride. So yeah, that's a shame. We can't quite see all of them, but yeah, here's Hannah now and doing a lap of honour, losing her rosettes, I think,
left, right, centre. There's so many of them. She's going to go for a gallop up the grandstand.
Oh, I hope so.
Huge congratulations to you all. Do enjoy taking a lap of honour around the main.
Yeah. Brilliant, fantastic.
I'm so happy for them all. Real dream come true.
Absolutely.
Well done, Hannah and Linda. We can see Linda there in the background.
Homebred child, homebred pony. I'm sure she can't be any happier. There they are in the background.
And he will have won the Best Gelding Award as well.
Yes. You would, yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely to see geldings doing so well, isn't it? Yeah, and that's the icing on the cake for him, isn't it? Horse of the Year Show winner, champion at the Royal International last year, and now the Ridden Section C winner at Royal Welsh.
I know Hannah was a bit gutted to have to cut him, but it's been the absolute making of him.
Absolutely.
He's gone on and achieved so much for them, and really flying the flag for the geldings and for the Section C ponies as well.
So yeah, that concludes the Welsh Pony of Cobb Type Section C ridden class here at Llanelwedd of 2024. On the far end, we will hopefully be coming to the small hunter sections, and then they'll hopefully be on to Hannah.
So ladies and gentlemen of the BBC and of the meeting here, we're in the process of class 222 of the hunter section. That's on class, it's class 151 on page 222 of your catalogue, so apologies for that. During the hunter section we also have the judging of our best shod horse competition.
We get a bit emotional up here, listening to Hannah talk about her pony there.
And the awards will be given at the end of the section for the best shod horse in each class, then the overall best shod horse of the section, as well as the registered farrier responsible for the best shod horse in that section. The awards are very kindly given by the Worshipful Company of Farriers. We are also very grateful to the sponsors of the hunter section here today, RBC Brewing Dolphin. And they are a wealth management service, combines the benefits of both personalised financial planning and investment management expertise. RBC Brewing Dolphin offers a full range of
See the Section D geldings coming into the ring now.
Yeah, I believe it is the geldings first.
This pony got his hoist ticket at the Great Yorkshire last week.
So we've got two different judges this time as well, and unlike the Welsh Pony of Cobb Type, they're split into three sections. We've got the geldings, followed by, I believe, is the mares, and then followed by the stallions, and they will then have an overall champion. So run like the section Cs, they will be ridden. Our ride judge today is the very well known Mr. Matthew Lawrence, who I know will do a fantastic job. A little bit of background on them. He's Bristol based, a former producer of ridden ponies and horses, now focuses on teaching and training, and I've had many lessons with him and he's absolutely fantastic. So anyone out there learning to do this, Matthew is definitely someone to have a look. He does lots of clinics around the country. He wasn't born into horses. His aunt had a horse, and a good friend at school's mum ran a riding school, so Matthew would work on a Saturday for free for a ride on a Sunday. His father delivered flowers, one client being Roe Rennox of the Rendine stud. Matthew's father secured him a part-time role at the stud and he started showing there, progressing to winning the Lloyds Bank Supreme final with Rossevin Honeysuckle, who was a Welsh part bred. So there we go. So
I am really looking forward to watch Matthew ride these.
Yeah, he'll do a fantastic job. So yeah, we'll just come over to the small hunter section, so I'll give you a little bit more background. Yeah, so we'll catch up. We'll try and work out what's drawn where. Again, we've got another fantastic ride judge here. We've got Mr. Nathan Arnold. Nathan started riding at the age of 12. Interestingly, his dad was a lighthouse keeper stationed at the time of the Isle of Scilly. So that's when Nathan began riding at a local riding school. The family moved back to Kent and then to Cornwall, where friends kept horses for a passion for them, which grew. Nathan worked in hunt yards and for friends, then began riding competitively at the age of 21. He then produced show horses to his own right on the yard in Cornwall. From there he had several horses placed at premier shows, including Horse of the Year Show and Royal International, and 3 times lightweight hunter champion at the Royal Devon and the Royal Cornwall. Nathan began working exclusively for Polly Coles almost 7 years ago, so he's now based in the outskirts of Doncaster in Yorkshire. They specialise in hunters, cobs and heavy horses, and they also run the family's hunt horses from the yard in the winter. Highlights from working with Polly include producing the champion hunter at Hickstead Derby meeting and the 2022 Maxi Cob of the Year and the 23 Heavyweight Cob of the Year. Nathan's experiences, he sits on the British Show Horse Association and Sport Horse panels and BSPA, which is the Screwbald and Piebald panels, and the board of the council of the BSPA, and he sat on the longest of the British Show Horse panel, approximately 15 years. He's judged at numerous county shows, Royal Cheshire, Royal Windsor, and he did the Maxi Cobs and Amateurs at Royal International Horse Show. He's also judged in South Australia, South Africa, and he considered judging at the South Africa highlights and did not anticipate how high the standard would be out there. He said he'd be looking for he'll be searching for an animal that is true to type with the correct amount of limb for its section. This applies in the cob class. In terms of ride, he'll be looking for the same thing in both sections, and he'll expect a horse to be mannerly, light to ride with a good gallop. The paces will need to be ground covering and comfortable and correct. Despite the heavier type, he'll expect his cobs to be light in the hands. So his co-judge is Charles Upham. Nathan and Charles know each other quite well, but not judged together before, so he's looking forward to judging with Charles in the expectation that they'll be getting on well. So yes, that's a little bit about Nathan, and our Charles Upham then is our other judge. We'll have a chat about him in a second.
You just mentioned, Jem, that the ride judge will be looking for manners, and that's so important in these classes, isn't it? Because
so important.
If you were having them out all day on the hunting field, the last thing that you would want would be to on one that's giving you a bit of
absolutely yeah. It's trying to get that happy medium, not too sharp, not too quiet. So, and again, it's difficult for these horses. You have these cobs next door who they're quite loud, you know, you could have 20, 30, 40 of these cobs, and then they gallop and they're cheering. So again, it's a slightly different atmosphere, and you've only got those few cones separating them, and as you can see, you'll have a tribe of them coming towards you. So it is a big ask for these. So you can see, look, they're 3 deep, so Yeah, looks a lovely class, the geldings.
Our judges there, Mr. Matthew Lawrence and Mr. Andrew Thomas. The confirmation judge for the D's today of the Kaido Winstud.
Yeah, they're having a conversation now, watching the cobs go round. I suppose they both might have different ideas, so they're comparing what they want, and
absolutely,
hopefully they'll get up to a happy medium.
Yeah. And it's you think it's hard to try and pick them. Everyone says, oh, they all look the same, all bay, all 4 white stocks, but your winners do stand out to you, I think. You do spot your first 5, and as I said, it's harder the further down the line you go.
Yeah, I find your winners stand out, and the ones that perhaps aren't going so well, you sort of discount. It's the middle ones, trying to sort them out is your tougher ask. And that's when they'll start really looking to the confirmation, and when the ride judge gets on, and they'll start breaking down what they like and what they don't like from there.
And I know Matthew will look for something very mannerly, and he'll be looking for something that he'll want to ride himself. So, and he's done these classes for very many years. I had the pleasure of helping him years ago. I used to ride the smaller ponies. I rode a pony called Dydd Llun. I was second at Horse of the Year show on it. Matthew used to produce him, but back in those days the C's and D's were together, so I was second to a D, so I think we were second twice with him. I think he went on to win Horse of the Year show about 3 times after, so and I think I won Best of Breed at Olympia, so I was really lucky to ride him for Matthew.
Very successful pony there.
Lovely, he was lovely, and Matthew skilled him beautifully, so I can see he'll be very precise on how they go, and especially their transitions up and down.
Yeah. And again, these ponies may have never had a ride judge on, and they'll be only used to their owners or riders, and it's quite easy, I would say, for their owner or rider to make it look easy on the go round.
Absolutely.
And then obviously you get on a pony that you don't know its quirks.
Yep.
And it's tricky.
Yep, absolutely. And this is where your ringcraft comes into play with lovely big classes like this, doesn't it? To make sure you're being seen without being covered. And I think Matthew will make them do a long go round. He does, which is quite nice. We'll wear them out a little bit.
So our judge there, confirmation judge Andrew Thomas. Andrew works for the NHS, specifically working in the community with people who are receiving palliative care in the home. He's from Ebbw Vale, a first-generation breeder of Welsh Section C's and D's. Both his great-grandfathers were farriers in the Scarborough area, so horses are in his blood, and his grandmother was evicted to Ebbw Vale where she met his grandfather, and they stayed in the area, having 4 children, including Andrew's dad, Brian. What Andrew will be looking for today is a good performance. He does ride at home, I believe. He confesses he's not a stylish rider, but nonetheless he will appreciate a good performance. But he will want to see some flamboyance and Welsh flair. He does believe that it is a breed performance class, not one or the other. So he'll be looking for something that immediately catches his eye, with a typical Welsh silhouette that tracks up well, ample bone and short cannons, has a leg in each corner and is close to the ground. His top confirmation marks, he says, will be awarded to a cob with pony character and charisma, but with substance and limb.
I think this trot across the diagonal is always so important, isn't it? It's the closest that you will get to the judge on the go round, so I always think it's good to keep a little bit of distance. If you're too close to them, which the ones we can see on the right now, they can't see you. So I think it's always really important to make sure you move away, as we can see on the screen to the left, that they can have a good view at you. So we'll just be cantering on the other rein now, and then our famous gallop along the grandstand. And after this they will, depending on numbers, I think it's up to the stewards and the judges and the timings, but it's usually between 15 and 20 will stay in, or 10 to 20, and the others will be thrown out again. This is probably the only show in the country that does do that now. I know it used to happen years ago, but yeah, once you do your go round, you're out.
And it is difficult and it is hard for some, but they have to think about the numbers and they've got safety. And
some of them aren't quite as settled.
Yeah, and a very big day packed with all sorts of things going on in the ring, and it's got to all work to time.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's why this go round. So at least they're giving them plenty of opportunity to show themselves off, aren't they? So it's lovely to see so many, almost three deep at times.
Yeah, and I think Matthew, well, both of them will probably think, well, some of them are going to have to go out, so let's give them a good go round.
Absolutely.
So they've had a good look at them.
Absolutely. And had your money's worth.
Yes. Yeah.
And it does give those ones that might be a little unsettled time to settle down as well. I think we're here ready for the gallop on now. Yep, here we go.
Signalling to move up.
What we got to understand is some riders are in here just for the gallop.
Absolutely, the picture, yeah. Down the gallop.
Yeah, they are. So they'll just be happy to come in there and just have the gallop and have a nice picture of it.
Absolutely. Even just getting into the ring for some people, this is their horse of the year show, isn't it? I think many ponies we see here, which I've never seen out in the year, they probably just do your local shows, and this is their pinnacle. So I remember years ago when I first started showing, I did all of our local shows, and my big show was Royal Windsor. So
it's a good gallop. Kate Williams there on her own ringside Sorba.
Again, this is where your ring craft will come in, not to cover anybody, stay safe.
Here in the gallop, we really want to see an animal lower, cover the ground. Some people may think it's just the faster the better, but we want to see them lower and lengthen and cover the ground.
And you do have to be quite careful, especially when it's hard here. It can get quite slippy, so you have to be very careful around those corners and not go too wild. Now these ponies have got to settle back down and have a ride judge on, so you can see how important it is to do your background work.
So they're going to do the walk round now. This is also really important because, as Jem just said, we need to settle back down, get the horse walking. It's a really important pace. It's often overlooked, but we want to see a good walk. The judges will be wondering where they go first.
Yeah, and Matthew's put in his comments that a good walk is imperative, so
This is important.
This is a very important part.
Yep. There we go. So we can only see what you guys see on the screen, so as soon as we know what's drawn, we will. You can see that Kate Williams is drawn second.
I think it might be 1450 full top, potentially.
Which is Cwigloyd Esgob?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Cwigloyd Esgob, that's it.
That's Cwigloyd Esgob.
Yeah, yeah.
Says on here he won a strong Hoyes qualifier in the final day of the 2023 Royal Welsh last year and stood champion. He was placed in the Ridden D's at the Royal Welsh, including second and third. Always a really good boy, consistent. So there we go. And we can see it's Ringside Zorbra drawn second with Kate Williams. Third. We'll try and work them out as soon as we can see a little bit closer.
Big class here.
Huge, lovely, and all gelding.
Yep.
Yeah, geldings. I think they're a very, very important part of the Welsh breed at the minute. They're getting stronger and stronger in. People just like to have them, you know. And if you're not going to use them as a stallion, I think they have a much better life as a gelding.
Absolutely. There's a Fronoth Grand Slam.
Yeah, I'm sure Larry won't mind me saying that this is his final Royal Welsh under saddle.
He's been a lovely boy too. He was her wedding present from her partner.
Was, yeah.
A few years ago, he came into the marquee on her wedding day. So they'll pull them all in, every single one of them. Judges will probably walk up and down the line just to make sure that they haven't missed anything.
Yeah, it can be easy to miss things on the go around.
Absolutely, or it might not be as settled. So
two very nice ponies at the top there.
Again, they look the same. They're going for the same type, which is. And the second pony, Ringside Zorbra, he's been previously a class winner and reserve champion here, and he was in-hand gelding champion last year.
Yeah.
So again, that's a popular section now, isn't it? The in-hand gelding section, which again is lovely to see.
Absolutely.
From a quick count up, it looked like there were nearly 30 odd in the section, which is.
And as you can see, girls, as you said, they've pulled their first 10 or 12 in.
Yeah, slower now.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
And after that, it's
hard.
A little bit harder, yeah.
I have been in the class a couple of times where they've made you trot on again, just to double check.
Recognise a couple of these down the bottom. We've got Bryn for Jolly Roger there, Fairgrove Shem.
So anyone that's just tuning in to us, we are looking at class 142. Welsh pony, Welsh cobs under saddle. This is the gelding section. Myself, Gemma Rees.
Hannah Turnout.
And Ira Guinan. I've got it in my hand now.
You
girls.
remembered.
Dream team.
Trying to catch me out all the time, I can see.
Yeah, got to be done. Have you been left loose today and you're on your own?
No,
or have you, everyone's come up with you?
Yeah,
family
they-
day out.
Family day out today. Only day they're coming up, so I'll be here tomorrow. But they'll be putting the lorry ready to go to RI tomorrow night, so I'll come tomorrow.
Are you doing more commentary tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Excellent. What are you doing tomorrow?
The in-hand
A's.
cobs and A's
A's.
and
C's.
Yeah.
So you've got a busy day tomorrow. 3
Yep.
rings on the go.
Yeah, and we've actually got a yearling cold year tomorrow as well in the cobs.
Oh, excellent.
I've got it with Dex Davis, so no, it's just
See
easy.
how you get on?
Yeah.
Nice. And how's that one bred?
He's by a horse called Cascob Brynmore, which David Oliver's got, out of a mare, Llanarth Agnes, that
Lovely.
late Len Bigley gave me, so yeah, we'll see.
Hoping to be a ridden prospect for Ella?
I would say that's what the
plan.
girls will decide they want to do with him.
You haven't got much say.
No. If they pick one, I have to surrender.
So you've got a lovely class of geldings there.
We'll be interested now to see how it turns out, how they go for the ride judge,
Yep, so
which have been prepared and which quite haven't.
they all look like they've settled quite well, all standing well. So as you can see, we can't see any of the numbers, only what you can see as well. So we believe it's Quigley Descott on top, followed by Ringside Zorbra, and then we're not too sure on the ones below them. Got Fonarth Grand Slam in front of us.
He's pulled in 5th, isn't he?
Yep.
Grand old boy. He's 16 this time, so she's already said that it'll probably be his last year, but he's been a grand old boy.
Yeah, it says he was a Leary's wedding present from her husband Geraint. Although he's not won, he's been consistently placed in the ridden Ds at Royal Welsh, including 2nd and 3rd. Always a good boy, a consistent face on the ridden Horse of the Year show scene, and he always qualifies. Unable to come forward last year as Leary had a last minute appointment ride judge in the section C. She did. Fortunately, they had a last minute change of judge and she came forward to do it.
She did a lovely job.
She did, yeah.
So she'll know. She'll have prepared well, hopefully.
Hopefully.
She'll know how it feels. And off they get.
So Matthew's well versed at this, so he'll know exactly what he's looking for. And as we said, it's so important to get that attack ready.
Wonder if we've just had a result somewhere or...
So I think the clapping
Back
might
line.
have been from the back
Yeah.
line going. So as we said before, it's a tough one being thrown out, but it's part of this class. Looks to have a lovely front to the first horse, doesn't it? You really do sit behind its shoulder.
I really do like this pony. I've admired him for a long time, so... think that some of the owners and riders in here today will feel very privileged about this ride judge having a go.
Absolutely. Yeah, Matthew has won so much over the years, hasn't he?
I think they can rest assured he will do a lovely job.
A fantastic job, absolutely.
This is the 5th time that Kennedy has been the Bucks County, and they know exactly.
Moved up again nicely for him.
Looks lovely and light in front as well, and can't see much wrong with that first one. So
No.
I'm sure everyone in that will be very pleased with it. Just a little bit more on Matthew. So his judging experience, he sits on several judges panel. He's judged in the UK and most prestigious shows, including the Royal International Horse of the Year show, and he was a judge at last year's Olympia at the London International. So sorry, still call it Olympia. He's a passionate supporter of getting new blood into showing, so long-standing supporter of the talent spotting clinics and all of the search for the Star series, which is fantastic. He's judged in South Africa and Australia, has judged a few times at the Royal Welsh and described judging the hunters as a hair-raising with the cobs going round next door. He said the ring is hell of a ring to ride and in atmosphere-wise, so even the ride judges find it quite tense. And I did mention the cobs coming towards you in that hunter section. You really do have to have a fantastic hunter for that. He judged the Ridden Seas and the Welsh Section D geldings when the classes were run in the old format, with the Seas and geldings in one side of the ring and the mares and the stallions the other side of the ring. This will be the first time assessing the mares and the stallions. It says that what he'll be looking for on the ground, a good walk, as Eirik mentioned, and as a ride judge, Matthew will be looking for a cob that gives a forward and responsive and easy and comfortable ride with the rideable action, so good ground covering paces.
Ringside's over out for him now. Looks to be going very well for him.
Grandstand looks full already.
Zober always looks like he enjoys himself in this ring. He just comes alive in this ring.
He does. They've had amazing success at this show, haven't they?
I would imagine Kate will be very pleased with that. Yeah, it was nice.
And don't forget, she's just come off the Section C, so bless him, he's thrown in the deep end, straight onto him and back in the ring again. So we've got 1, 4, 3, 4.
Pennell Heartbreaker out for the confirmation judge.
So these are the ones from the other end of the line, so they will come out and do their confirmation first, just to speed things up a little bit, but they have the difficulty of putting their saddle back on and then going out to ride, so I always think it's a slight disadvantage being drawn a little bit further down. Third, we're not sure if there's the numbers, but if we notice the rider turn around, we'll update you as soon as we can.
This is another one sat up in front, looks like to be enjoying his job, ears forward. Looks like he'd give a very nice ride.
Yeah, it does. Look very comfortable.
I would say as a ride judge now, girls, he will have his preference of, or he'll pick what part that that he expects them to be really good at. Like trot to canter.
Yeah,
or,
I think he will be very big on his transitions. When you do a lot of his lessons, he's very, especially on your downward transitions, he likes them to come from behind. So I think he'd like quite a bouncy one, the one that's very active behind. So I think when they're active behind, they're lighter in front. So I think that's what he'd probably go for, something that's very light in front, responsive, and we'll see. But yeah, we've just come over to small hunters. I think that looks like Jane Jones that's been pulled forward as the winner here. We will catch up with it quickly, but let me just get my notes over from the hunters. So we've got our judges, Mr. Nathan Arland and Charles Uppen, and I'd say the winner looks like Jane Jones. We'll just get her numbers now. Believe it could be 1540 Jane Jones on Wentworth Atch. Very, very well-known horse. She home produces him at home and does very, very well. I know he's previously been to Horse of the Year show a few times. Yeah, Wentworth, here we go. He's got a great track record in the class, was second and third at the Royal International and champion amateur at the SHB Championships in the Small Hunter, at the British Show Horse Association Championships, top small amateur at the Royal Windsor, and qualified for Horse of the Year show for owner Jane, who also uses him to hunt with the Vale of Cletto, where she's the field master. He also competes in dressage, qualifying for the festivals at all levels. So does a bit of everything, this horse. A proper hunter, proper
That's
small
nice
hunter.
to see, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and in second it looks like Zara Owen. So our winner here is then Wentworth with Jane Jones. Zara Owen in second, and it looks like Penscombley Owl Latif, which is the previous Supreme Champion horse here, with Tori Thomas. So lovely, lovely class to see as well. So sorry we didn't see much of it, but we'll catch up quickly with these.
We missed the ride. Judge rided these, but straight away we can see this horse has a lovely front.
Yeah,
Like something you'd like to sit behind.
She does very well, being an amateur, and she's always in the ribbons with all the professionals at all of the shows. So competed dressage, you would expect that he's very well trained and go off the leg and give a nice ride. So yep. And then we've got Zara Owens in second. So we haven't quite caught her number yet to see which horse it is. And then Penscombley Owl Latif in third. Probably go over to Hannah now to have a chat. think it shows you how emotional, not just winning the Welsh class this year, even the hunters, especially being Welsh, we're very biased, but we always think the Royal Welsh is the best show in the country. But I won this a few years ago on my old small hunter Banjo. I was gifted him after I rode him successfully with Ron and Debbie Thomas, and I used to do the side saddle. He was retired as a hunter or whatever, so we just thought you could be a little bit sharp on his day. So as I was doing the side saddle the next day, I thought, I'll just throw him in the class just so we can see the ring, tire him out a little bit. He was 18 at this age at this time, and it was a Horse of the Year show qualifier, and I won, and I think I cried more winning this than I did when I won Horse of the Year show. So I think it's because I didn't expect to win. I didn't really want to take an 18-year-old to Horse of the Year show, but he thoroughly deserved it that day. He looked amazing and went fantastic. So and he went on and win the side saddle the next day. So we had a fantastic few days. But I can see how she's so emotional about winning.
It's nice. It's nice to see the emotions. People work so hard for this moment, and when they're rewarded, it's lovely.
And I think this is where the telly captures those moments where we normally, if we haven't won, we'll walk away and we don't see or congratulate the winner, but it's lovely to see how much it means to them.
This chestnut horse out now is Wishaw Red Admiral. Collected his hoist ticket at the Great Yorkshire earlier in the week.
Looks like he's given him a lovely ride, doesn't he, so far?
It looks like he's enjoying himself. He's got a smile on his face.
He does.
He's got a lot of horses to ride today.
He has. He's going to have a
lot of cobs.
Yep. And he will use his mark system. He's used this system many times, so I'm sure he'll be using it well.
Dawdy Row Welsh Spirit up next, exhibited by Dawn Groom.
Is Andrew putting everything through his paces in the confirmation? He'd be looking for a nice limb. I know Andrew, what he likes a little bit is what he likes anyway. He'd be definitely looking for a nice limb, and he likes him to look pony, because after all, even the Welsh cob is still a pony. At one time there was a height limit of 14.2 on a Welsh cob, so they have grown a lot bigger recently, but if they still hold their pony characteristics, it's not a problem.
No, many of them go on and do other disciplines, don't they? The bigger ones, they're quite sought after, aren't they? Because they're versatile, they're trainable, they've got good temperament, a bit of sass.
Yeah, they've got a bit of everything. And once you actually fall in love with a Welsh breed, it's there forever.
Absolutely. I'm sure if you look closely across all disciplines and eventing and dressage, there'll be some Welsh ponies and cobs up there at the highest level, and some Welsh influenced breeding in the parkbreds.
Yeah, definitely. There's and it gives the versatility and the hardiness into all other aspects of. Even when we were show jumping, I used to love having a bit of Welsh in them. They were just hardier, cleverer. Something real special about having a bit of Welsh in them.
Andrew says when breeding and judging he looks for something reminiscent of his favourite cob mares when he started, being Cascob Heled, Gwendolyn Sally and Fronorth Welsh Model. He says when starting out they took his breath away, so I imagine he'll be looking forward to the mare class.
Yeah, I would say Andrew is a very shrewd breeder. He's clever, and he's got not a very big stud, but does a lovely job. He's always getting good prices in the sales, and the Kai Derwin is quite a sought after breed stud at the minute.
He's had 10 Royal Welsh winners. His first wins came together in 2009. Went into La Catherine, won the Section C Baron Mare, and Kaido and Sienna won the 2-year-old Section D filly class. He bred the record price filly foal at the autumn cob sales. Kaido and Miss Munro sold for £13,500 in 2019 to Carol Prater. So he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely.
There's definitely a trend with these first few horses that Matthew's ridden here. You can see they're all really uphill, light in front, sat up, which will be, that's what you want when you're riding.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what horse you're riding. Nothing worse than one that's boring down on your hands all the time. You want to be comfortable and enjoying your ride.
Absolutely. Smile there. You enjoyed that one, I think. That's Mathroy Deo. And next up, Troffarth Tom Jones. Might have to excuse some of my Welsh pronunciation.
You're doing very, very well. Fair play.
Hope I'm not offending anybody.
Notice that he is giving them, the walk is very important to him, and he is giving them a nice big walk to start.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's one of my pet hates when I'm judging personally, is that somebody goes straight off up into trot and you miss the walk. It's not something I like to see when I'm stood in the middle, for sure.
No, walk is important. Even in the sales when they're buying a racehorse, it's the walk that's important. That's what they always see when they buy a racehorse. So, yeah, the walk is important in every discipline.
This is Brynford Jolly Roger out next. Can't just quite see the number, but this is Scarlett's pony, who is riding my pony at the Royal International on Wednesday.
Oh, so she'll be delighted with this pull.
Yeah, absolutely. She's only 18, so.
Her first time here?
I would have thought she's been before. Can't say for sure, but she absolutely adores her ponies, so she'll be delighted. Bit of passage there.
Shame is a little bit unsettled at the end, but
just
Matthew
let himself down a little bit at the end there, and then didn't stand.
But Matthew still had a smile on his face, didn't he? So she's got a busy week now, back home and then back to Royal International.
I think she's coming to the RI from here and
is
heading
she?
back again.
Oh, coming back to Thursday.
Yeah.
Dedication.
Yeah. Well, her mum. Her mum will be running her up and down. Have we got Libby out next? Libby's pony?
Yeah, it looks like.
Fairgrove Shem.
Or Kevin, known as
Kevin.
friends.
What a great name.
Great name.
So he's only a young pony, I believe.
I think so, yeah. I think he could be 5. We'll have a quick look on here. I know he did a few novices last year, I believe, and
Yeah, he did, yeah.
it should be his first time here, I would say.
First time in here,
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah. So it's a lot to ask for a young pony, but Libby will have schooled him to perfection. She's a beautiful jockey, and everything does go so well for her, so I know she would have schooled it lovely.
6-year-old, I think, but
There we
not
go.
rushed. It's nice to see.
Yeah. No, Libby does a very, very good job. She's only a young girl now. She's only 19, isn't she? So she does school them very, very well.
Yeah, and she's done it from a young age as well. I think she won the Royal International when she was 3 or 4, I think, on a lead train pony, and won Horse of the Year show numerous of times. So she's the granddaughter of the Cadland Valley studs, so the Welsh section Bs. So it's a little bit bigger than what they're used to, but she's
Yeah,
very
and
prolific stud.
I see on Facebook that they were on the beach. She likes taking him down the beach, and I saw that she had her cousin Jason riding him over the weekend. So obviously,
good practice.
having a practice
And a man riding him as well. So he'd be taller than what Libby would be as well, in different weight, and
Very clever, and it goes back to what we were saying about preparing really these animals for this class, because this is once a year that this happens. So.
Exactly. They live next to a beautiful beach. I think they only have to hack down. I think they do drive in the lorry because it's quite dangerous on those awful country roads, and lots of holiday makers this time of year. But yeah, they're very, very lucky to have the beach on their doorstep. But you literally look outside the house and they are on the cliff, aren't they? So it's very lucky down there.
Just looked like he's given a lovely ride there now.
He has, yeah. Well done, Libby. And stood at the end. So well done, Kevin.
Good boy, Kev. Top job.
And you're on the first with 3 classes, class 142, which is the Rush Park Gelding, registered 4 years old or under. Personal fleecing over on the Prif Gylch Sylwebaeth Saesneg, the Shelburne
I think all the judges and stewards all look very smart today, don't they? I can see he's got his Welsh Pony and Cob Society tie on there as well.
The Society acknowledges and thanks the sponsorship of this section by Johansson.
Scarlett is a previous winner of the senior young handlers here in the main ring. So she's no stranger to this environment. But you wouldn't know that only up until a couple of years ago she really struggled with her nerves. So she's come on so far in the past few years.
I think it's an amazing thing to do as a child, isn't it? I think it grows you as a person. I think it sets you up for life. Having horses and doing showing, it teaches you so many disciplines, to how to treat other people, to be well mannered, to work hard. And I think that's such a huge ethic when you come out of school and work. If you go to a show, you know what a hard day's work is. So working in the normal industries, I think it does breed a few good workers, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. It's all about resilience and bouncing back up if you've had a tough day. And
that's it. I'm sure Ella probably does all of her ponies herself at home, doesn't she?
Yeah, fair play to her. She works very, very hard. Comes home from school and rides 3 or 4 horses every night.
And deserves all the success she gets then, doesn't she?
Yeah, well, I think the harder you work, you do deserve success, you know.
Absolutely. And you've had an amazing few years with Ella and her ponies, haven't you? So.
She's had a very good time, so...
and many more years to come, because she's only young, isn't she?
Yeah, hopefully.
And your little lad is riding now? As keen or not?
Getting that way, having his first ride here on Wednesday. I'm going to miss it because I'll be in RI with Ella.
Oh, so you're splitting teams.
So yeah, he's very excited.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Think you'll be a future show jumper?
Well,
following the footsteps?
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
And then the excitement of the inter-team relay followed by that will be around 5:30, and then followed on around 7 o'clock with GCD dancing to the relay, so you two all enjoy.
We might have a slightly younger pony here in the snaffle, so we don't see many now in the snaffle. So it'll be interesting. I think in the far end of the ring we may have the it's either the lightweight hunters or the 4-year-olds going on again. If we pop over to that ring at any time, we will update you on the results there.
Well, we're assuming this is a young cob with him being in a snaffle, but if he is, I'd be very pleased with that.
Yeah, me too.
What an experience for him there. See if we can get the jockey's number as he comes into line.
1250. I think you might have the wrong number wrong, so sorry I can't update you on the name of that last one. 1455 will be next.
Hillgarth Ringmaster. if you're just joining us, we're on class 142. This is the Welsh Cobs under saddle, the gelding class. A lovely class.
I know it is a shame that so many of them had to leave the ring. It was lovely sight seeing so many this morning.
Judge Matthew Lawrence on ride and Andrew Thomas on confirmation.
These are judged on a 50-50 mark system again, same as the Welsh Pony Cob types. So 50 marks for your riding and 50 marks for your confirmation. And they are ridden by the ride judge, unlike any other show. We had 41 pre-entries in this, just in the Ds. I'd say there were 30 plus, we couldn't quite see. We've got 38 entries in the mares. And we have 27 entries in the stallion class, so fantastic entries forward. Here then, I believe we've got the ridden hunters, the 4-year-olds. I don't think we've had the 4-year-olds, so it must be the 4-year-olds and not the lightweights, I would say. So this is a lovely class again, just for the horses to start off. And we look like we've got Jake John drawn second. I would say that looks like Zara Owen in top. So I will get their numbers quickly, find it in the catalogue for you.
So they're just deliberated.
So we've got our two judges, Mr. Nathan Arnold and Charles Upham.
Yeah, this is Zara on the top. She's on 1554.
Abamedai.
No, I don't think.
It's Rosita Hammer. Oh no, Rosita Hammer's Houdini.
Yeah, that's the one. I think that's what she's on.
Yeah, Rosita. Is it Hamer? It might be Hamer.
Yeah.
Might be the Hamers. Houdini. So 4-year-old. And yes, that's Zara in top. We've got Jake John in second. His is Breakfast at Tiffany's, bred by Ellen Thomas, and owned and ridden by Jake himself, so he'll be pleased with that. Third, unfortunately, so we haven't got
Shelley, isn't it? Shelley from Pembrokeshire.
Shelley. Yeah, Shelley in fourth. That's right. Yeah, Shelley Hyam. And this is Pembroke Jester. So that's our judge, Mr. Nathan Arnold. He's done a fantastic job this morning with the small hunters and these. So Sarah will be pleased to win it here. She always does very, very well here with the hunters. She does a fantastic job with them.
Zara, very hard worker herself and a very hard working family.
Yeah.
This is a jumping bred horse. He's by Escape Z, so he's a very, very good jumping horse. So, and I know that this horse is going off to the Davidsons to do some eventing now.
Oh wow, okay. So
she's giving him a bit of ring craft and then he's going off to do an eventing job.
A successful day.
Yeah, very good.
So still a very good looking horse. The second mare was broken by Jake and his sister. Go to the local hunts, closing meets after being broken after only 4 weeks, and this is only her third show. So yeah, very good for her.
I believe this horse was a Christmas present.
Oh,
So what a nice present.
very nice present.
Somebody wants to buy me a Christmas present. You know where to look.
So yes, congratulations to the Hamer family and Zara Owen with this fantastic 4-year-old, which Highway said will go off to be an event.
Shows been an event in here with the Davidsons.
Yeah, lovely type, isn't it?
Indeed.
It is, lovely sort.
It just goes to show how these classes can give some of the most successful horses such a good grounding.
Absolutely.
Such good experience, and set them up. And what a mover.
He is. And lovely and calm as well, isn't he? All of these crowds, he would never have seen anything like this. So,
No, big ask for a 4-year-old.
Yeah, isn't it? It's lovely that they still do these classes for them to give them that experience. But well done to Zara and all her connections. So we'll probably chat to Hannah now and know a little bit more about it. Say that's a bit of an achievement for its second ever show, isn't it? What manners to burn. So
yeah, brave to even bring it in the ring,
yeah,
let alone
play,
to go and
play.
behave like that.
She does an amazing job, but you do all your homework at home, don't you? And she certainly does that very well at home. So yes, they'll be back onto the lightweight hunters now on the next section with Nathan Arnold and Charles Upham. And we're currently back to the Welsh Cobs under saddle, the gelding section. And we've got Matthew Lawrence, our judge, just coming to, I think he's got about 4 or 5 left to ride. So this will give the confirmation judge the opportunity to watch the ridden ones, because he has stripped the whole class now, because they do start at the bottom of the class for the confirmation and work their way up and then start with the top ones, so he can sit back and watch and enjoy it. Sadly, I don't think this one's gone quite as settled as the rest of them.
He was still excited about the gallop,
I
so he
know.
thought he'd have another go.
So I think we've got another 3 to ride after this. And you've had a lot to do with the Cobs, haven't you, over the years down at the Penstrumbly stud?
Yep, we've been involved with them for 25 years now. Show jumpers first, and then obviously the Cobs, and Penstrumbly stud. We had a great time with our Cobs and Parbreds there. Spent 10 years of my life there, and we're still breeding. We're breeding our own now under the prefix of Hattrell stud, and Ella's qualified our homebred to go to host the show in the juniors, which was a
big achievement.
And brought a tear to my eye that day. So
I can imagine. Any memorable moments with the Cobs here over the years?
Yeah, we had a couple of good touches. We haven't actually won, we never won Welsh Cob last year. We were third, second and a couple of fourths, you know, but in huge classes, which, you know, you've just got to be, if you can get a pull in the Welsh in hands here, you're happy.
You're happy. If you're in that front line, I think it's all about that front line, isn't it?
But the Parbreds, we've had
You've had brilliant
lots of success, We've been champion 4 or 5 times, so it's, And
even not so much ones that you've had, we had the Penstrumbley Owlatif, which was supreme ridden here. They've gone on from the Penstrumbley stud to still do amazingly well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, And that's, as breeders, that's all you can ask for. If your ponies go and they're flying the flag for someone else, it's amazing. You've still got your prefix on, so it's a lifetime achievement, so it's good.
And I think it's still important to have those Parkbreds with the Welsh ponies. I think we're losing that a little bit these days, aren't we?
Yeah, the Parbred is important. A bit of Welsh in most horses does. I'm a believer in
the
it.
world good.
Yeah, does the world a good, you know?
Absolutely. It gives them a bit of substance as well, doesn't it? So, yeah, and if you look back through all of the children's riding ponies, most of those came from Section Bs, and we're losing all of that now. They're all purebred, so we haven't got the substance that we used to have.
No, they have lost a bit of substance, and you know, the Welsh just gives that nice temperament and everything into them, you know, just a bit of steadiness, and for kids' ponies, which is very, very important.
Absolutely, that's for children at the end of the day, aren't they? So, but it's a very difficult job, an expensive job in breeding these days. It's not like it used to be either, you know. It's the passports, it's the worming, it's the feeding. We haven't had the weather that we used to have. You can't turn them out all year round like you used to be able to. We're not as yet lucky, are we? So
no, we aren't, and we're the same. We're breeding them now, and we've got some lovely foals there this time, lovely yearlings. But you've got to keep them in one piece until they're 4 as well, that is more difficult than anything.
Absolutely. I think you were lucky down at the Penstrumbley stud. With the coastal places, you can keep them out a little bit longer, can't you? The ground is that bit drier, a bit more sand-based. I think that helps a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I'm still lucky, actually. I got contacts down there for my broodmares. My broodmares go down on the coast all winter, so they can stay out there, and it's they come back looking tremendous. And
I think it does them the world of good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
definitely. So what would you go for in a Section D?
Like the Section D for me, same as most. As I keep saying, conformation is the most important to me, and straight. I like my Ds to have straight movement as well, which is a lot of them do have a bit of a dish, and actually, it's very hard to breathe that out of them, but a nice straight mover, lovely front length of rein, you know, and tail set is one of my pet hates. I don't like a bad tail set, but
no, I agree. There's nothing worse, is there?
It's something you can. Lots of things you can help and fix a little bit. A tail set, it's there, and you can't disguise anything about it.
I was lucky enough to judge in Australia just as we came out of COVID, so 2 years ago. And I was surprised on how many of the horses, well, every single horse has their tail weighted. Every horse. Every horse has a fake tail, and every horse has a weighted tail. So they have fishing weights in the centre of the tail to hold them down. And if you ever look at the photos of an Australian horse or a show horse there, not one will carry a tail.
Oh gosh.
So I was really surprised at that. It's obviously a pet hate over there. They really don't like tail carriages at all, but each to their own. We're all very different. But yeah, that was a big surprise. I put a rug on a pony and I couldn't believe the weight in the tail. So, but we've got a massive decline in show ponies over here, and they've got a massive incline. So they're obviously doing something right and different over there. They do it very different to us. They do individual shows without They don't often do big go-rounds together. They don't all stand in the ring together and do a show. They go out and come back individually, almost like a dressage test. But and they don't do confirmation. They only do confirmation when we have British judges judging them. So none of the children, not many of them, know how to stand up, so they all have to learn and go to clinics and do it for us. So yeah, slightly different. So they don't go on confirmation as what we are. You'll see confirmation faults that we don't have. So yeah, there's good points and bad points, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was amazing. Their ponies are absolutely beautiful and schooled to perfection, and the children ride unbelievably well. They're so far more advanced than what the children our age over here are. So yeah, there's lots to learn and lots to take over, and it'll be very interesting now when the Australians come over here, how they will find it judging at Horse of the Year show. We've got a new concept which I think lots of people like it, lots don't, but I think it would be very interesting, and I think it's a lovely idea. So yeah, I think they'll have a wonderful time. Most of their bloodlines have come from the UK, so I hope they come over here and enjoy it as much as I enjoyed it over there.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's going to be very interesting, Horse of the Year.
It is,
yeah?
it is.
But like it or not like it, it's still going to be interesting.
Exactly, and there's still always some lucky. It's going to be someone's special day, isn't it?
Yeah.
This pony out at the minute, Powers Valley Minstrel, is 23 years old.
Wow, doesn't he look well?
And he's given the judge a lovely ride, and he looks fit
and happy.
Oh,
how wonderful to see. I think it's so sad when we not write our ponies off, but we retire them quite soon in showing, don't we? As soon as they've won everything, we have that urge to retire them, but look at him still enjoying life, and that's what it's about, isn't it?
Absolute credit to his owners there, who
absolutely
kept him looking well and fit and happy.
Well done, Matthew. Fantastic job. Well-deserved drink. Only 2 more classes to go.
Only 60 more ponies.
Yes. Here we go. What a lovely sight to see, isn't it?
So again, this is the anxious wait now. Well, marks are added up and deliberations are made, and potentially you might have some unequal marks, and then the judges will have a discussion about that.
So that's our confirmation judge, Mr. Andrew Thomas. So Andrew works for the NHS from Ebbw Vale, so again I'm sure his family and himself are so proud to be able to stand in the middle of this ring today. I'm sure all of his family are watching in the grandstands or at home, so I'm sure he's having a wonderful time. He's got a great co-judge in Matthew Lawrence, and I'm sure they're both honoured to be stood there today with such a lovely sight in front of them.
So are we gonna? What do we think, girls? Is it gonna stay the same, or are we gonna have a big shimmy around?
We'll see. I think on the whole they've gone well for him, haven't they?
They have.
He's had some nice rides, so.
Yeah. And it's difficult to see on here because we don't see everything, only snippets as what you see, but from what we saw, the first horse did look like it gave him a lovely ride, as did the second. So, and again, it all depends on their confirmation as well, what Mr. Thomas likes. But it does say on here, whilst Andrew's not used to using the mark system, he's a follower of the ridden classes, so again, it's quite a new concept if you're not used to using these mark systems. But
Andrew bred the mare that Gemma Morris, Kai Derwin.
Oh yes, oh that's a lovely mare.
Yeah,
lovely mare. So he knows. Ah, there we go. So we can see his type.
Yeah.
Very similar to the first few.
Yeah.
Very similar, yeah.
I would definitely be happy with any of those top three, I would say.
Yeah.
And we'll see the first and second of this class back in the championship in a little bit later, followed by the mares next, then the stallions.
I think after the ride, I think Libby's might come up a few places.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that looked like
Playgrounds.
it gave.
I think it might. Somebody got to put their eggs on the block a bit. You girls are sitting
We'll
on
sit on the
fence.
fence. We'll sit firmly on this fence.
It's got a lovely front, that first one, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that
Beautiful
is.
shoulder in front, isn't it? No, I love nothing more than
No, lovely.
a
Length of
beautiful
rein.
set on front.
I agree. And he couldn't be anything but Welsh, could he?
No. And loads of bone as well, isn't he?
Yep.
Lovely.
Which
As the first, the second and third
yeah,
do
they
as
all
well.
are. Yeah. Yeah.
They really have gone with the types there.
The two judges will probably find this the trickiest class in terms of getting the bearings of each other, what each other likes, and the mares and stallions they'll probably find they're pulling in quicker and yeah.
Definitely. So we're just counting up those all important marks, making sure that they're all correct.
You never know. All shepherds have got their own little tricks, haven't they? And catching the exercise is what it's all about. That's cheap.
Oh, the stewards coming forward now. Looking very glamorous, these lovely ladies.
They work very hard, these stewards.
They do.
Shows could not run without them, so it's
Unsung heroes, that's for sure. And it's a great way of getting into judging and showing if you've got some spare time at any of your local shows. It really gives you an insight standing in the middle of the ring.
yeah, you can talk to a judge and you can ask, oh, why have you picked that one over that one? They look very similar, and it's a way of learning. Yeah,
Absolutely. And I'm sure if you're watching this and you're thinking, oh, I could give that a go, your local shows would be more than grateful for the help.
Oh, more than. And I think it gives you a massive insight of what goes on behind the background of a show as well, and how much work goes into it. I think sometimes we're all quick enough to say this wasn't right, that wasn't right, but I don't think they realise how much actually goes into running these shows and the weeks of preparation. And most of these people are volunteers, but
Kate Williams,
Kate Williams.
inside Zorba.
won this for the second time.
Well done,
Delighted.
Kate.
Well done, Kate. The Williams family will be absolutely delighted.
So just a swap over of 1 and 2 there.
So in second is Crenglwyd Esgob.
Ooh, something's come up to third. Was that Libby?
Yes, well done, Ira. God, get you in that ring next year.
That's really nice to see that they've
Rewarded,
moved around.
yeah, and he deserved it, didn't he? Good old Kevin.
Yeah, and in fourth is Claire Hope's Mathroy Deo.
That went very well.
Eleanor
too.
Hope,
Yeah, Eleanor Hope. Yeah.
Actually, we were in there last year with Ella had her first spin in there.
Yeah, because she's only young, isn't she?
Yeah,
So.
and Eleanor moved up from about 10th to 4th or 5th last year.
Yeah, he does. He's lovely to ride.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah,
he looks a nice sort to ride.
I think she does a lot of dressage.
Yeah,
and
she
stuff,
does.
So it's
she does.
Holds in good stead, you know.
Definitely.
So there we are. Rosettes to be given. I think that was a really nice class for them. I think the odd exception, but they all went well. Yeah. It's nice to see ponies coming up from the bottom of the line rewarded. And it just goes to show in Libby's case, she prepared, she knew what she was doing,
beach ride,
practiced,
that's it.
And it paid off.
It did, yeah.
Absolutely. And first time at the Royal Welsh for a young pony like that as well. So, yes, but huge.
Well done.
Yeah,
huge for Kate Williams and the Williams family with Ringside Zorba.
Homebred child, homebred pony again. So
it's a theme.
It is a theme.
It's not a homebred pony, this one.
Zorba. Yeah,
Zorba.
Yeah, Zorba. Not Libby's.
Sorry.
Kate's.
Stop jumping from one to the other.
No, Kate's definitely homebred.
Yes.
And homebred pony.
He's very nice, actually, the pony.
He is.
He's looking really well this year.
Yeah.
I think she gave him a bit of a break over the winter and he's come back better for it.
Definitely. Yeah, he looks really well. He went lovely.
Yeah, they turned him out. They said they turned him out, and it's important.
I agree.
When the show horse, you've got to drop the fat off them and put it back on.
Yeah, definitely.
Otherwise, they just go to look fat and lazy.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I think it's really important for their brains as well that they have that bit of time off as well.
We have 1466.
Yes, congratulations. We've got Kate Williams with the winner of Class 142 Welsh Cobs under saddle, Ringside Zorba, who's won this for a second time.
Second place goes to 1449. Tamia Joyner riding Haldane Prince Albert. Third place goes to 1438. Trydydd, Ian Hedrochi Oith, Hayley Cotter on Fairgrove Shem.
And he was the winner of the in-hand gelding section last year, champion in that section, which is lovely to see that these geldings have the opportunity to do the in-hand classes as well.
Fifth place goes to 1426. Lisa Ann on Danaway Scolari. And sixth place to 1437, Cratted, the Ian Pedrochi side, Dawn Broom on Dornio Welsh Spirit.
And away they go.
Class 143, Dosbarth Ian Hedrochi, which is the Llanaf Ianto Memorial Trophy and Rywell Agriculture Show Special Event.
There we go, congratulations, the winner of Class 142, Kate Williams, and the Williams family's homebred Ringside Zorba, winning it for the second time. Delighted. And second was Quiglwyd Esgob, and third was Libby Grota, who came from well down the line, so she did very, very well.
And lovely Kev.
Lovely Kevin, yes. We should find his proper name.
Fairgrove Shem.
There we go.
But it'll just be Kev now.
Kevin. He's a very attractive cob, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a nice cob. Always says, "Look at me," and he comes alive in this ring.
He does.
Thank you very much for showing appreciation there to our top winners in the class of 32. Huge congratulations to you all.
Sister Alex there, first to give her congratulations. Real family affair at the ringside.
It
is. Lovely to see. So hopefully Hannah will catch up with her down at the ring now so we can see her reactions. I'm sure it'll be another emotional win for them all. And it's not even all about winning, is it? Even just getting a rosette, being in that front line, it's just as important as winning, isn't it?
It's a huge achievement, and we keep saying it, but these classes are so different than anything the rest of the year. And to have your horse or pony perform for a ride judge that's not usually used to a ride judge is a real achievement to the training and the preparation that goes into these classes.
And even just cope with the atmosphere, you can see how busy it's getting now, and it's getting louder as the morning's going along. By the time we get to the stallion class, I know it will be very bright in there.
So with our judges remaining in place, we move swiftly on to class 145. Symudon ymlaen, syth naw I dosbarth 1-4-5, Welsh Cob Mare, registered 4 years old or over.
So it's lovely to hear from the whole family and realise what a family affair is and what it means to not just Kate but Alex, and I know their mum will be somewhere in the background there, probably doing the other pony at the lorry somewhere, but no, lovely, and lovely for Gareth. He's always so proud, isn't he? So he's won here 4 times, so
what an achievement.
Yeah, amazing. So we will be going on to class 133, I believe, which will be the mares.
145.
Oh, 145, sorry. Getting it wrong.
It's all the specials.
Yes, it is. So 145, which will be the ridden section D mares. At the moment then we've got the hunters going on the left hand side of the ring. Currently got the lightweight hunters, and you can see our judge, Mr. Nathan Arnold. his co-judge, Mr. Charles Upham. So these classes are run by the Sport Horse Breeding, which is can be ridden or in hand. Is for mare or geldings, likely to be capable of carrying a designated weight regularly for a full day's hunting. It should have substance, quality, and calm, bold temperament, which should have conformation to produce high performance. So they're divided into 3 weights. So we've currently got the lightweight, so we've got the lighter weight, which is able to carry up to 12 stone 7, standing around 16 hands, 16.2, and should have 8.5 inches of bone under the knee. We then go to the middleweight, which will be our next section, standing around 16.3 and carry the same weight up to 14 stone and around 9 inches of bone. And then we go to our heavyweight, which stand around 17 hands plus, to 9.5 inches of bone and capable of carrying more than 14 stone. Additional to these, we have the small hunters, the ladies hunters, which we obviously ridden side saddle, the working hunters, where they do the workers, jumping over the fences, which include obviously doing a show and jumping over a section of fences. So we've currently got Mr. Nathan Arnold. He's a very well-known judge. Little bit about Nathan. Those that have just tuned in, he started riding at the age of 12. He originally from Kent, moved to Cornwall where friends kept horses, and then that's where he grew his passion for them a little bit more. He worked in hunt yards and then started competitively riding around the age of 21, to which then he moved into producing horses in a yard in Cornwall and had several horses placed at huge shows, including Horse of the Year show in Royal International. Recently then he started working for Polycoles 7 years ago. They're based on the outskirts of Doncaster. They have a family run of hunt horses and showing horses, and the highlights of working for Polly include producing champion hunter at Hickstead Derby and the 2022 Maxi Cob of the Year and the 23 Heavyweight Cob of the Year. He's judged all over the world as well, and shows such as Royal Cheshire, Royal Windsor, the amateur hacks at Royal International Horse Search Show. So yeah, Nathan's got plenty of experience in this world, and produces to ride for the ring as well, so knows exactly what he wants. So yeah, and his co-judge then is Mr. Charles Upham. Charles has plenty of experience in the in-hand section. He's from near Newton Abbot in Devon, so very close to each other. He's on the edges of Dartmoor National Park. On a farm of almost 200 acres of grassland, has been in the Upham family since 1951, when they purchased by Charles's grandfather, William Upham. Charles's father then, the later Charles and his brother Stuart ran the farm as a dairy enterprise, but horses were in his blood, and his father hunted regularly, as always had a mare or two to breed from. The horses, Charles's full-time passion, they became his full-time passion in 1998. The first stallions to stand at stud were All Fair, a thoroughbred, and his stallions, Hazaf, a winner on the flat. Charles naively hunted both and gained them for a good reputation at a number of local mares, and then from further afield too. In 2000, Charles made the difficult decision to sell the cows and go full-time into breeding, producing horses, and says he still does miss the cows. Llangala, I'd say Llangala because it's not Welsh, is it? Llangala farmers now stand a number of stallions at stud across the disciplines, and he has coloured, thoroughbred, sport horses, Irish drafts, Connemara, riding pony, working hunter ponies, as well as breeding brood mares and youngsters. He produced for the show ring, Charles has bred several horses to qualify for the Price in Hand Supreme at Horse of the Year show, and bred notable horses to the Ridden Ring and for an eventer. Llangella even so qualified for Horse of the Year show and Royal International. Chantry Glover Girl took part in the Price on Cuddy final no less than 4 times, together with her daughter Llangella Lightning Light and son Llangella Cambridge Don. Charles is the Vice Chairman of the Sport Horse of Great Britain and Chairman of the Breeders' Committee, so we've got a very well known judge here who definitely knows his stuff. His experience, he's on the Sport Horse Breeding and British Show Horse panels. He's judged at Horse of the Year show, Royal Internationals and every county show throughout the country. Judging at Horse of the Year show was a real honour and one that he'll hopefully be repeated. Charles is not judged with Nathan, his co-judge before, but they know each other very well, as Nathan was based in the southwest for a number of years, and he said he'd be looking for a good walk, active walk, forward and progressive movement and attitude, an animal of correct conformation with correct amount of limb for its type and class. That's a little bit of star quality needed in a show horse. So 2 very prestigious judges we have in front of us, so yeah, very lucky to have both these gentlemen here today. It seems to be a common theme that they all like a walk.
Yeah,
we've realised how important.
Yeah, and often overlooked by the competitor, as we've said. Many people just go straight up into trot, canter, and miss the walk, and it's really important that you can get that walk in somewhere.
Definitely. I learnt a lesson hard at Horse of the Year show years ago. I had an intermediate, and I ended up being 3rd, and I was told by the judge that I should have walked 5 more paces and I would have won. I think that was the hardest lesson I've ever learned, and I will always walk at the end of my show now. So yeah, so that's how important it is.
It's walk is I like a good walk. Always have them. You can learn a lot from a horse from his walk.
So we've currently got class 153 here, the Ridden Hunters at the moment. There's 9 forward out of the 12 entries, which is fantastic to see. Especially now, unfortunately, it's not a Horse of the Year show qualifier, so I think that does stop a lot of the big names coming, especially as it clashes with the Royal International Horse Show this week. So it's quite a far distance to take them to both, so you do tend to see them.
That can work both ways, because your more local rider will have a go now because it's not a Hoy's qualifier.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Here in the other side of the ring, the Welsh come there, so going for a gallop. What everybody comes for, that gallop picture across the grandstand.
Giving these hunters a test anyway.
Yeah.
To see and make sure they stand and.
Madeline.
Well, as we said, saw in Matthew Lawrence's notes, the judge from the Section Ds, he said that it was very hairy riding the hunters here, so it's a difficult job for them too. I believe we've got Zara Owen in top here again, and in second that Here it's Charlotte Owen's horse in third with her daughter riding. Homebred child and homebred pony again. It's a very common theme today. So I'm not 100% sure as we can't see the numbers, but from just looking on the screens, I think we've got Adrian Crawford's Bassymore Distant Land, ridden by Zara Owen, drawn top. Unsure what's in second, but in third we've got Charlotte Owen's Tar Britannia, and that is homebred with her and with her daughter Chloe riding. Followed by 3 greys and a coloured. It's nice to see the coloured competing in the hunter sections.
They'll all be very well behaved.
So I think they're deliberating now. No mark system in these hunters.
See, they've sent them out for another walk here, so there's obviously going to be a bit of a change around, I would say, somewhere along the line. Two judges having a big deliberation. Charlotte Prosser.
Fairwood
has been, she was pulled in second, got moved to top. Zara Owen moved down to second.
Fairwood in first and Bassymore Distant Land in second.
And Charlotte Owen's Tar Britannia has stayed in third.
rosettes being presented now. 1569, Charlotte Prosser, Fairwood.
Very well done to Charlotte. Moved up from second to win. Zaro and moved to second. I'd like to be a mind reader at the minute, see what she's thinking. Charlotte Prosser from Cardiff area, does a bit of mainly producing Welsh ponies. But she can equally ride as well, as shown today, so she'll be very, very happy.
Yeah, this is a young horse, only born in 2019, so...
Yeah, 5-year-old. Big ask for them to behave in this ring under this. There's so much buzz goes on in there.
Very well done there.
Round of applause to our winners of Class 153 in the head section. And the first prize goes to number 1569, Charlotte Jane Prosser's Fairwood, also written by Charlotte.
So the winner of this class, Charlotte Prosser on Fairwood.
Bassimo Distant Land, written by Zara Owen. Third prize goes to 1567, that's Charlotte Owens, Tar Britannia, written by Chloe Owen. The fourth prize is awarded to 1564, Emma Hallett, Paul Road, written by Eliza Hallett. And the fifth prize goes to 1568, Stephen Curtis, for Fun and Glory, written by Helen Remington. And the sixth prize goes to 1558, Sonny Buckland's Queenstown Western Rose. And that was written by Shelley.
See that Charlotte's emotional there.
Very grateful to our sponsors of this class, which is RBC Blue Dolphin.
Mean a lot for her to have won that class.
Yeah, she'll go over to Hannah now and have a word, I'm sure. It's going to be another emotional jockey talking to Hannah here now.
So now we move on to class 154 in the hunter section. This is the middle show from the Organs in 4 years old for Florida.
So anyone that's just tuning in, just a little insight, we have currently got the middleweight hunters coming into the ring now. This is class 154, and I'm Gemma Reese. We've got
Hannah Turlock.
And Ira Guinan.
Hello.
Hope you're all enjoying. We're very, very lucky. We were saying earlier, very lucky that the S4C do this, and not only in the Welsh languages but the English language. They follow this main ring all day, and it's not just the horses. We've got the sheep, the cattle, everything, and in the background we share the room with the live stream, so they've got everything from wood chopping to horses to chickens all going on. So we're very, very lucky to have this free of charge. But yeah, we've got a lovely middleweight class here. We've got 9 entries, so we'll have a little count when we can to see how many have come forward. We've got Kimberly Stanworth in front of us. She's riding Kevin Stanworth's Greenwich Park D. Kimberly originally from Cardiff but now lives up in Cheshire. I think she has a hunt yard and a polo yard from what I remember. And we're now back with the Section D mares. So we haven't seen what's drawn top or anything in here. We'll try and catch up with this class now, but currently we've got our judge, Mr. Matthew Lawrence, on class 145 Welsh Cobs mares and a saddle. Doesn't look like he's held as many in this class, has he? He has thrown a fair few out.
Yeah, perhaps a lot of it wouldn't be in his hands. Perhaps the show was running a little bit late or something, although they've been told a little bit less, kept in, you know.
A bit faster. He has consistently done the same show on every horse so far, which is nice to see. He's galloping them along the front. He's done a fabulous job so far, as expected. And this one is Jessica Price's. No?
That's on top.
Oh, that's what Drawn Top. Drawn Top is Jessica Price's and... Oh, here we go now. Here's my Welsh.
That's why I gave it you, Jem.
Penray Old Darren Gemma? Is that right? Hey Ray, come on, you're probably better than I am. It does sound wrong. We'll call it Gemma, I won't forget that one. Here we go.
Yeah. Briar, Derrin, Royal, Hoity-Toit, no?
No, not that one.
Oh, Penrail, Darren, Gemma.
There we go. We'll call it Gemma. You pronounced it far better than I did, Eric. So yeah, as soon as we can see the lineup, we will, but that is what we suspect is drawn top. And I believe this looks like it's come from about 5th or 6th, this one.
I believe this is Adlai Steimer Emily Eiraid.
Yeah.
Apologies for my Welsh.
Another one for me, is it?
Yeah, another one for you.
What number is it?
Number 1485.
Yeah. Adlais Dyma Emily Eiraid. Yeah.
I wasn't
Well
too
done.
far
Oh,
out.
you were very good.
Well, that was good. That looks to have given him a lovely ride. It's taken him forward, and lovely colour, isn't she? I think he would have enjoyed that one. It has taken him.
Has this qualified Hoys already or not?
I don't think so. She's got a RI ticket, I believe.
Yeah.
And she's there or thereabouts.
She has been pulled top a fair few times, yeah.
This is the one that's pulled up, we think.
Yeah, that's Jessica Bryce.
That's right.
With her own mare then. Gemma.
She's been a successful mare, hasn't she?
She has, yeah. She's had a really good time with her.
This is Llanarth Diner. Sorry, it's just got on now.
This has been a successful junior pony, has it?
Yeah, it does qualified Hoys last year in the juniors.
Definitely looking a lot busier in the ring now, isn't it? The crowds are really coming in, but all the mares seem to be fairly well settled, don't they?
Yeah, this is Llanarth Diner, Serena Crump's Llanarth Diner.
Again, it looks like it's given him a lovely ride.
It's very difficult to come into a class halfway through watching it.
But trying to find out.
Just looking at it, we've gone for a fair different type now to the gelding. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, we haven't seen the beginning, so we're joining them halfway through. But the type on top just looks a little bit different. It can happen, especially with breeders. Breeders like their mares different to their stallions, or obviously the gelding classes, they judge it a little bit like the stallions, so maybe they've gone a bit like that. But
got 1496 currently going out.
So this is Raya Darin Royal Hoity Toity, very famous Llanarth Prince of Wales.
Yeah, he's been a exceptional stock getter. Llanarth Prince of Wales.
Lovely scopy mare, isn't she?
So this is another one of Jess Price's, isn't it?
Yep.
She may have her sister Holly riding it, has she? Or I don't know who's riding.
I think that's Cassie.
Oh, Cassie Regan's riding,
Yep.
okay.
I think I saw.
Matthew's doing a fantastic job. I haven't seen anything go badly for him as of yet.
I think he's
got a smile on his face.
yeah, he's got a tough job here because everything, more or less, is going for him.
Very well, but he would have the knack. When you've ridden lots of horses like he has,
Yeah, he knows.
He would get on, and he'd have the knack of knowing how to ride the first time when he's getting on one.
Yep, absolutely. And I think he's so used to when he's producing, going from one to another. I think that makes a huge difference, riding all different disciplines. And he's confident as well. I think that makes a massive difference, doesn't it?
Took the words right out of my mouth. If you're confident,
Yeah.
the horse knows. You
Yeah.
pass it through, and
Absolutely. He's almost thinking for them, isn't he? He's ahead of them, which makes a huge difference.
yeah, because if he just got on and clamped his leg on and
Sat backwards.
and pull the reins, and everything just gets tense.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. So we've currently got, I'll try and get the number when they turn, but got the confirmation, Mr. Andrew Thomas. Currently looking, out of our view. And we've got a 50-50 mark split in here as well, so 50 marks for confirmation and 50 marks for the ride. (1471).
Fairgrove Countess, another Fairgrove pony. Bred by Gemma Paxford. By Brincian Bendigo.
He's given everyone a lovely walk to start, hasn't he? To let them settle. He gets a feel of them.
I can't be sure, but I think this is another young pony from the looks of it. See if I can get a glimpse of the owner, but
we've lost it back to the hunter section now. So we're currently on the middle weights. This is Jimmy Hooker's horse, owned by Mr. Robert Squang from Swansea. Camano Cassini, he went to Horse of the Year show last year as a young horse. He is, let me have a look, he'll be 6-year-old now, so he went to Horse of the Year show as a 5-year-old, and I think they come into own these big horses when they're about 6, 7, 8. It takes them a little time to grow, doesn't it? So he's definitely matured a lot this year.
Yeah, they'll grow in height, won't they? But then they just got to give them time to fill up.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially these middleweights, they
have bigger frames altogether to fill, and it just takes a year or two extra.
Absolutely. So from what we see, looks like he's given him a nice ride. And that's not a mark on his leg, that's just his colouring that's come this last year or so. I think the greyer he's getting, the whiter that mark is getting, so it always looks like a little bit of white something on him, doesn't it? But I think he is possibly drawn top by the looks of it.
Will I be pleased with that then?
I'd be delighted. From what we saw, it looked like he went very well. Second is 1573, so that's Zara Owen, and Well Park Don Giovanni. I can't remember, but I think he may have been champion last year here. I'll have a quick look at our notes. I know she did win the section on him. Right, Don Park, shown successfully in hand as a youngster, yet he was champion here last year, so yeah, he is only a young horse too. Says he was born in 2030, but I don't quite believe that one. But I think he's about 6 from what I remember, but could be a little bit older. But I remember last year he was only a young horse, but
very attractive horse.
Very attractive horse, yeah, lovely mover and everything. So. You can see the frame on these are a lot bigger than the lightweights. They're a lot stronger, bigger bone. They're usually bigger in height as well. Looks to have given him a lovely ride. Nathan's again riding these really well. I think he's doing a fantastic job in such a busy ring.
Yeah, it looks like he's just
sitting
going
there.
along.
He could sit there all day, couldn't he?
Yeah, just looks like he's on the settee watching the telly. That's what you expect from these.
Yeah, he hasn't moved his hands once, has he, to say whoa or anything. He's sat there nicely.
No, these horses you would expect to spend a whole day out on, so.
And comfortable.
They've got to be comfortable, they've got to be mannerly.
Not pull your arms out.
Yeah, nothing worse than getting off one that you can't move the next day because
you feel
your
like
arms have been yanked.
Oh.
Stretched. You think they're a foot longer when you get off, I know.
I'm sure Zara will be happy with that. Looked like it gave him a lovely ride. This is now Kimberly Stanworth drawn in third, with Kevin Stanworth, Greenwich Park D. 2009 born, so he'd be 15 now. So I know she does a bit of everything with him. It's nice to see her back in home soil. Originally from the Cardiff area, did a lot of showing as a youngster. She had horses with Ron and Debbie Thomas when I was showing for them a long time ago, so it's nice to see her back. She does a lot of hunting, and I believe her partner's polo. I think he's polo.
Yeah.
But I know they have a hunt yard. I know they're very big into the Cheshire Hunt. So
yeah, lovely lady. I judged with her in Maffin show a good few years ago, and we had a great morning.
Lovely girl. Girl. Lovely family. I think that's her mum with her in the ring there, so it's nice to see that they're still both out doing it. I'm sure he'll give him a lovely mannerly ride. This is where the older horses come into their own a little bit in a ring like this. I think that's where I was lucky with Banjo. They are that bit more knowledgeable about the rings, and again, he looks like he could canter on him all day, couldn't he?
Yeah, he does look a very, very nice horse to ride, doesn't he?
So good lengthened and lower there. He looks a happy man on top.
He does. He's going to have a tough job. Guess it all comes down to Mr. Upham and his confirmation, doesn't it?
It's not a bad problem to have, is it?
No.
Having a few nice horses to ride. I can think of worse days.
Absolutely.
In the office.
So that's 1576, and Kimberly Stanworth coming back with her own, and Kevin Stanworth's Greenwich Park D. Up next, it looks like Lisa Jones from the Swansea area with Cumhedu Spring Salute, or Salute, known to his friends at home. He is an 11-year-old, and Lisa does him at home now on her own, which is nice. So she does all the amateur classes. He was originally with Amy Tuft down in Pembrokeshire, and Amy did the workers and things like that with him, but he's an absolute saint of a horse, and Lisa has him at home and does everything on her own now, so it's not just all the professionals. It's nice to have these horses at home and enjoy them, isn't it? I know he'll probably give a nice ride. I've hacked on him a few times over the years at Amy's, and he's always such a good boy. Lovely, lovely little horse. He always puts a smile on your face.
Bred by Rod Gomedu, so I would say there's a bit of Welsh in here.
I would say, yeah, I would say.
So
probably best known for his Section A's, would you say, Rod?
Yeah, Rod is, yeah.
I think Amy's currently got a horse with her, a young one she's breaking again, a big horse, so...
Mr. Lawrence is judging the
big difference from his A's up to these, isn't it?
Yeah. It is indeed.
50 points
Rod always breeds a nice one.
Yeah.
Whether it's an AO, whether it's a big one, he always has a nice horse, Rod. And a very nice man with it as well.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely.
The society acknowledges with thanks the
I've just asked to go and see a few of his youngsters for my little one, so watch out, Rod.
You train here, you.
Yes.
It's
I've been putting it off.
about time you girls got into it.
Oh God.
Mine wants a Shetland pony called Frying Pan.
Lovely.
That's what he's requested. Requested a Shetland pony called Frying Pan. So I think I've got a big task to
You
find
have
that.
got a challenge.
If anybody out there has got a Shetland pony called Frying Pan,
Sold. Oh gosh. Yeah, I was hoping my little one wouldn't be so keen, but my little lad is not keen at all. But my little girl, we went to our local hunt show for a walk around a couple of weeks ago. She has no pony at home. Her pony is Banjo, my small hunter, who's 26, 15 too. And she went to the show with her skull cap on, her shoes with her chaps on top, and wanted to ride any pony that she could possibly look at. So
sounds like she's got the bug, Gem.
yes.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Welcome to my world.
So up next we got 1570.
Frank's Diamond Geezer.
Owned by Eden Greenwood, and looks like ridden by herself too. This is an 8-year-old. It's lovely, it's kept his colour. You tend to find you see a lot more greys in these bigger classes because they have the Irish draft breeding into it. The stronger types usually have that.
I am a big fan of an Irish draft.
Oh, amazing temperaments, aren't they? Didn't quite look as settled in his mouth as the previous three, but we're back over to our Section D mare class.
Moorcroft Miss Rhoda, I believe.
So Matthew's coming now to the end of the line, and again, as we said previously, he's done a lovely walk on all of them to let each of them settle, have a feel of him. I think this looks like he's one more to ride after this one, so Matthew giving this another confident ride, isn't he? He's pushed everything on and done a fantastic job, as we all expected him he would.
Stand at the end. He has asked everything to stand, hasn't he? You'll notice.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's been consistent throughout. He's asked the same questions through all of them, which I think is important. Even the last pony in the line should still deserve the same as the first. On to our last one now. 1472.
Penswell Miss Middleton.
And you know what, it's a dream for people just to even stay in this lineup. I helped a lovely friend of mine a few years ago, and all she wanted was just to stay in. It doesn't matter if we had a rosette, just stay in that line so the judge has the opportunity to ride. And that was a dream come true for them. So it brings you back sometimes, I think, when you're lucky enough to be successful, but it's not the be-all and end-all at winning all of the time, is it?
My favourite memory at this show was being third.
Yeah.
Because I met Princess Anne, and I was in the in-hand stallion class, which is not my bag at all, really. I'm a ridden person, and just to be up there in the top 3 and have a lovely time.
Exactly.
My favourite memory.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody got different goals, haven't they?
Absolutely.
A lot of people's goals is just to actually ride in the ring.
Yeah.
In the Royal Welsh, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And so long as you're happy that you're getting to your goal, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. And it's even with the successful jockeys, it's certain horses have their certain goals, isn't it? Just to even get them into a ring. Yeah. They've all had a journey to get there, haven't they? Not every horse is easy.
No, it's good. And how we do it, we bring young ones on, and it's just, yeah, every year we have a different goal, and if you hit that goal, it's a bonus.
Yep.
And this is just a great sense of achievement, and
It is.
We also have to remember, all of us, how fortunate we are to be able to do this. It costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, and each of us have to work hard and have the resources to be able to do it, and we're so fortunate to be in that position. So it's really nice, and obviously if you can achieve your goals, that's cherry on top, really.
It is.
I think we can all say we've made our best friends through showing horses and ponies, and made some incredible memories. So
yeah. And it's not just inside the ring, it's outside the ring as well, isn't it? You meet friends for life.
Absolutely. I think it often gets a bit of a bad reputation, but that's not the truth.
No.
You tend to hear the bad things, but
not the great bits.
No, you do. And like I found a big difference, obviously, because in the show jumping world, you had a fence down, you didn't win. If you weren't fast enough, you didn't win. So we knew. But then you have to learn to, in the showing, it's the opinion of one person or two people on the day, and you learn to accept their opinion, and that's how you go along.
Exactly. And if they don't like your pony, on to the next show.
Of course it is.
Isn't it?
And that's lucky. Nobody sees the same, do they? Do you know what I mean? Not everybody likes the same.
It would be boring. Yeah.
So it would be. We'd all be wanting the same horse.
Yep.
All the men would be wanting the same woman. So
be a tough old world. So here we go. So he's only kept 14 forward in this section, and it could be due to time, it could be that it was only 14 that they wanted to keep. I remember when I did it, I think they said I could keep anything from 12 up to 20, so it was up to us what we wanted. But
and I would say it's up to the ride judge when you get to the pick your 10 or 12, and it all depends if there's anything else that he fancies riding, I would say. Do you know what I mean? Or doesn't, you know?
You can see the little mare pulled in third, the little Palomino mare, that's a Hoy's qualified pony.
Oh, is it?
Qualified juniors and opens last year.
Yeah, and he's qualified juniors again this time.
Yep. Abbey Vale, Higher Love.
Yeah.
Very attractive there, isn't it, with its flaxen mane and tail.
And Eiffel.
So everyone's checking the marks, double and triple checking them.
We know what's in second, girls.
I've not managed to catch the number.
No.
A bay mare.
Okay.
So we've got our judges here now, Mr. Matthew Lawrence and Mr. Andrew Thomas, who I know are both very honoured to be stood in that ring today, and how lucky they are to have such lovely horses presented to them today.
Yeah, that's it's an honour to be asked to be judged, and then I would say that as a judge you worry.
Are they going to turn up?
Yeah. Do the competitors think it's an honour to come under me? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's how it. There's two ways to look at it.
Yeah. I knew there'd be big classes with Matthew because he would be very fair and he would ride them very well. So, and he'd like them very correct. So, you can't ask more than that. Yeah, very different types. All four of the first, and very different to what they went previously.
Yeah, they are.
It'd be interesting now to see.
Oh, well, maybe the mare in second. That's what I was asking about the second. The mare in second would...
It's more the type of the geldings. Yeah, and as we said previously, the stewards here are just fantastic. They make the show for you as well as a judge. They really do look after you. And so we've got Jessica Price as the winner here. She'll be absolutely delighted. Congratulations, Jess.
The dun mare's come up, yeah.
That went very well.
Did
go well.
So we can only see that one's come from... Did that come from last? Well done. Okay, all the way up.
The Dunmare in second was bred in Denmark.
Oh, wow. They have moved these around a fair bit, so there's a few coming up from down the line.
Again, that's nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's nice that judges, changing their mind and on how the rider's gone and what they've seen up close. Like, we can look off the telly, things look absolutely loaded, but when you see things up close, it can look a lot different.
Absolutely. Stood in that middle of the ring is a completely different place to standing on the outside, isn't it?
Jess Price is having her day, which is they're always out competing everywhere every weekend, and
she's been a successful mare, this one.
Yeah, she has. She's been to Hoys a few times.
Yeah. I've never seen her have a bad day. She goes well.
She looks like a lovely mare to have in the field to breed a nice one.
Yeah, definitely would be a lovely future brood mare, wouldn't she? We'll leave you with the name, Ira, because you're far better than we were. I know she's called Gemma.
Penrheol Darren Gemma.
Penrheol Darren Gemma. Jessica Price, winners of the Welsh Cob and the Saddle mare class.
And the results are in for class 145. Mark Caniadau down on the spot E head up pin. The Welsh Cob mare registered 4 years old and 85. So, first place goes to number 1497, Gilda, E head up now side. Jessica Price on Penrheol Darren Gemma. Second place goes to 1485, and head up Oath Pin. Savannah Jennings on Adlice. Third place goes to 1480, Trydydd head up Oath Max Nicola Harrison on Maes Mynach Annwyl. Fourth place, 1492, Pedwerydd, head up now Dau, Kelly Morris on Abigail Hyela. Fifth place to 1474, and Pumed, head up South Pedwar, Serena Crump on Llanach Gina. And sixth place to 1471, Creched, head up South E, Sam Beard on Fairgrove Princess. Llongyfriadau mawr I chi gyd.
There we go, so hopefully you could have heard the results from the main ring. So congratulations to Jessica Price and all of her connections on winning the mare class.
Horses and riders as they take their lap of honour around the ring.
She goes again, Jessica Price.
Henry Darren Gemma.
Taken out of honour and press to the grandstand. Thank you very much for your applause.
I think, looking from the hunter section, I think they've rewarded the rosettes over there now, so we'll either be going to Hannah to speak to Jessica, or we'll be going over to the hunter section.
We'd also like to thank Gunn Johansson of Berholtsted and Riding from Sweden, who joined us in the ring with the presentation of the prizes. It's an internationally rewarded and natural meeting point for Welsh enthusiasts in Narrow, Sweden. A unique establishment where the skirt horses of all Welsh factions are used in the riding school weekly training. The Society acknowledges with thanks the sponsorship of this action by Gunn Johansson of Berholtsted and Riding in Sweden.
After the coming dosbarth peintring yn yr adran cyfeiriad hela I Cobre, we have a result in class 154 in the hunter section in the individuals. The win goes to number 1572, Liza Jones's Commanders we've got the goal. The win goes to 1573, Zara Owens, well after Giovanni, and she's also ridden by Zara Owens. Second place goes to 1571, Robert Strides to Mano Cassini, and is ridden by Jimmy Hooker. The third place rosette is awarded to 1576, Kevin Stanworth, Greenwich Park.
I think if you could just hear in the background, the hunters have been over, but here's Hannah.
Fifth place goes to 1572, Liza Jones Salute. Sixth place is number 157, Even Greenwoods, Frank Stone and Beaver. So people in a large amount of the goals as they pass the stand. Many congratulations to the winners here today.
As the next class enters the main ring within the cob section, I'd like to announce the winner of Special Class 146, the Meisman Abstead Trophy and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show Special Event, kindly given by Mr Eric Davis for the best registered Welsh topman shown in the saddle.
So we're back to the middleweight hunters, and From what we can see, it's Zara Owen has come up from second up to win on Well Park Don Giovanni, who was last year's overall Hunter champion. So congratulations to Zara on her own Well Park Don Giovanni. Second place is 1575, Mr. Robert Squimes Kamani Cassie, ridden by Jimmy Hooker. And third, from what we could hear, was Kimberly Stanworth on Greenwich Park D. So slight change for the first two in that first section.
This horse did look to give a lovely ride.
He did, yeah, he did look like he gave him a lovely ride.
They all did, to be fair.
Yeah, they did.
And actually, if you do look at him, he is a lovely pattern.
He is. Huge front again, isn't he?
Yeah.
I can see Lisa Jones there with Salute. I'm sure she'll be delighted with her fifth with him. I'm not sure who was in fourth, sorry. I'll try and grab that number on the way around. So, congratulations, Zara Owen and Well Park Don Giovanni.
Zara been very busy this morning. She's been in just about every class.
She has. I think she.
Yeah.
She has. She was smalls, 4-year-olds. Well, she was smalls, 4-year-olds. Lightweights on this now. So she's got. It's all right. She's got a gap now. Can't see her entered in the next class. So have a well-earned rest. Choose which one you're going to ride now, Zara. She's going to have to find a few jockeys, isn't she, for the championship? Congratulations, Zara, on her own Well Park Don Giovanni. Mr. Robert Squines in second with Kamano Cassie, ridden by Jimmy Hooker. And third is Mr. Kevin Stanworth with his own daughter Kimberly Stanworth's Greenwich Park D.
Definitely looks like a horse you'd want to get on and ride.
He does. He does. They're almost like gentle giants, these big hunters, aren't they? Here we go. We've got the stallions in. I know this is a highlight for many people's calendar, the ridden stallions and the in-hand stallions on Wednesday afternoon. So I thoroughly enjoy watching the senior stallion class.
It's goosebump moment, isn't it, when they enter the ring?
Amazing. My husband competes in the tug-of-war competition here for Llanboidy tug-of-war, and it's always on at the same time, and I try and stand between the cattle ring and the horse ring, sneakily watching the cob stallions while he's pulling against some random team. A very competitive sport, which you wouldn't think would be so competitive, but they've just returned from the Welsh Tug-of-War Championships with 3 gold medals and a silver, so wow. Yes, keeps them quiet. The first go round of the Welsh ponies that we've been able to stand and sit and watch, which is nice. I'm sure Hannah will inform us of any of them that she knows when they come past. 1530.
Doesn't look such a big class as the other two.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Greenwing Dion had done, I suppose, anyway. So, and then we're going with.
And Helig Balls of Fire?
Going Hurl Balls of Fire, yeah.
Balls of Fire.
27 entries entered. What a lovely sight to see here, isn't it? The
Another young 4-year-old just going past the grandstand. Copperthorn Golden Flyer.
Big ask for these young. Apologies in advance if we thought you could hear Hannah doing the. I think my microphone's been a bit funny, but yes, we didn't realise you guys at home couldn't hear what Hannah was saying, so we will let you know next.
Changing the rein now. One 514 Northwick Stormtrooper. Just coming across the centre line now.
What I can see here, it's a more wide open class. Oh, there's
Katie Parry.
Trevelyan Gylch.
He recently just qualified for Horse of the Year show, didn't he?
Yeah, did.
Larnley's Dictator there, Harriet Glenn. Harriet, I don't know if you heard us say in the Section C class, Harriet's in training to be a jockey.
Ah, here we go. She'll be ready for this gallop.
She'll be ready for the gallop.
She better do the best one.
Another Larnley's pony coming down now. This Chestnut, Larnley's Express.
It's with Amy Devan. She will score her beautifully. When I judged the Section C's here, her pony came up from down the line to win because it did ride beautifully.
She must have some kind of record for this show.
Yeah, I can see why she wins, because she scores them so well. Like, she really does set them up well for a ride judge. So good on her for doing so well. We're ready for the famous gallop. It has all calmed down a little bit these last few years. They do come back to a walk. It used to be for a free-for-all at one point. They used to canter in circle after circle, but...
Here we go.
Katie Parry, Evan. Jump the famous line.
Danielle Everett's Monohook.
Monohook Masterpiece.
Masterpiece, that's him.
Right. Is a Hoy's qualifier previously.
He's a lovely boy.
He was second here last year.
They tie him up outside the trailer and you wouldn't even know he was a stallion. He's a lovely boy.
Here's the race jockey.
1516.
Nice Crofter.
There's Natasha Ham.
Yep.
And,
Yuan.
He will give a very nice ride as well. He always looks very, very nice to ride.
Was he one? Yeah, he was second in Stoneleigh yesterday, wasn't he?
Oh, was he? 1514.
Northwick Stormtrooper, 5-year-old. So quite a few young horses in this class today.
There is, yeah. Just looks very mannerly, him.
He does. Interesting now. Oh, confirmation judge is definitely doing the pulling, isn't he? Katie Parry, Evans.
Followed by the Lynn Hewell.
I think that's Natasha Ham then. Oh, it's Daniel Everett then Natasha Ham. That's Natasha Ham, Mice Crofter, Don Juan? Juan? Is that right? And then we've got Amy Devan.
Lowley's Express. They are actually the two Lowley's ponies in there, full brothers.
Oh, right, okay. Seem to have followed the type again.
Yeah, we
Similar again, back to them. Yeah.
But as we say, maybe they want their males different to their females.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's...
It's a shame we just missed the go round, isn't it?
Yeah, we did. And,
I think we're so lucky to have such an amazing standard of Welsh Cob Stallions, and look at the temperament of them all. I think that's the most important thing if we're going to be breeding of these. These are our future, aren't they?
yeah, and it seems that the ridden job is getting stronger and stronger, and long may it continue.
Absolutely.
We've said these Welsh ponies and cobs are so versatile. There's something for everybody. They fit all the family. You can see why the native ponies in general are more popular at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. Can suit any age and size rider. They can carry the weight.
There's no restriction on classes.
Ages.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to bring them all in or not. Mr. Andrew Thomas, our confirmation judge, just having a little look up and down the line. They tend to go to the back line now just to make sure that they haven't missed anything.
Matthew's getting ready to get on.
He is. They must be riding them all. There we go, and you can see the height difference that these horses have got to get used to between Katie and Matthew. So
they have what they haven't pulled in there now. They're walking out.
Walking out.
Yeah.
Oh, back to our hunters now.
Heavyweights now?
Yep. Looks like he's riding his third horse, up in second. Looks like 1583.
So the heavyweight hunter stands around 17 hands high, has 9 to 9.5 inches of bone, and is capable of carrying more than 14 stone.
We can see in the background Matthew riding the first section D off. There'll be a lot more Irish draft, pure drafts in this section, so you'll tend to see a lot more greys in the middle weights and the heavy weights. That's where their Irish draft breeding comes into it. The crowds are certainly coming in now. It's looking very busy on the outskirts of the ring. That's the last of Nathan's rides in the middleweight hunter. 1580. That's Teresa Jones's Rose Gold of Morn, 8-year-old. Owned and ridden by Teresa herself. So that concludes the end of the hunter sections. I know Nathan's got the ridden hogged cobs, as we call them.
I think the two others in the class are both wins, aren't they? Cynthia's?
Great. I'm not sure if that's Clover. Is that Clover?
Yeah.
Could be Clover, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be Grey Clover.
It is.
It is.
With Meg Williams riding it, yeah.
There we go. So it's Cynthia Higgins down from Pembrokeshire. Who is produced by Mr. Wyn Morris and ridden by Meg Williams.
Yeah.
I know Cynthia will be delighted if she has a win down here. And I would assume if you think it's the wins is the second one, that should be Sheen's Heathcliff Wood Lad. Is that right? There we go, and I think the winner looks like Grey Clover, owned by Cynthia Higgins, so congratulations to Cynthia and her family. And second is Teresa Jones, has come up to second on Rose Gold of Morn. Congratulations, Teresa. And third is Sheen's Heathcliff Wood Lad, produced by Wyn Morris. So Wyn has had a good day, first and third. So Cynthia will be delighted with this win. She'll be thrilled. He was at our local hunt show a couple of weeks ago. I think he was supreme or reserve supreme of the show there last weekend. So that was in her back garden. So from that to the Royal Welsh win, they'll be delighted. And he's definitely got plenty of bone.
They all have, I noticed. All three of them really short below the knee.
Yep.
Three very correct actually as well, aren't
they are.
I'm sure on any day could have been a different lineup, but they all look well.
They do, and I don't think the TV shows how justice how big these boys are. They are big old lads. But yeah, congratulations, Mrs. Cynthia Higgins, and winner of the middleweight hunters, Grey Clover. And second, Teresa Jones, Rose Gold of Morn, and Joe Yolton and Sheen's Heathcliff Wood Lad.
He is an eyeful, isn't he?
He is. He's a big lad when you stood next to him. So he's so mannerly, lovely horse.
Are we looking at the championship next then, Jen?
Yeah, championship now for the hunters. should have the small hunter winner, the 4-year-old, lightweight, middleweight and heavyweight. So we will talk you through whatever Hannah says. So apologies, we didn't realise you couldn't hear what she was saying.
So ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to move on to the championship of the hunter section here, and so we invite the first and second prize winners of class 151, 152, 153, 154 and 155 forward for judging of the champion and reserve of this section.
When Cynthia's at home at the moment, she's recovering. She's not very well herself, so this will be a big pickup for her to have a win at this show, and hope Cynthia gets well soon.
So we're back onto the Welsh Cob Section D Stallion class.
Smile on Matthew's face there. The nice Crofter Stallion.
Is that Natasha Hams?
Yeah, that's right.
So that was the last. We only caught the last bit of it, but it looked nice from what we could see. It's very difficult to judge it from up here. We don't get to see the full picture, I'm afraid. But
no, we've missed now the first
yeah.
5, but
Yeah.
There we go.
Lolly's Express. "15-year-old.
It's 15. Wow, he looks well, doesn't he?
I believe he won his ticket to Hoys at the Royal Three Counties this year.
Yes, he did. I watched it actually. So
He definitely doesn't look his age, does he?
Eric, he's known at home. Eric and Ernie, full brother.
Strong names. One chestnut, one bay.
Yep.
Here's our Katie Parry Evans with the horse that's drawn top. And this is where you need your knowledge of the running up a stallion in hander. You that's a skill in itself, isn't it? I bet you've been eaten to death, Hannah, with George.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tend to shove whatever I can in his mouth, which means we go through reins. A lot of reins.
expensive.
Yes. But it keeps him settled and happy.
Yeah.
We're not having a fight in the ring.
No.
That horse by Win Price Culloch. Very, very influential sire of Welsh cobs at the minute. I wouldn't like to say how many times he's won the sire ratings, but I would think it's a lot.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's been used by a lot of people, and he has. He's been on top of the sire ratings a fair few times.
Currently out is Katie Commons, Coed Newydd, Quantum Leap.
I think this cob has won this class before.
He's a 13-year-old, so quite possibly.
A 10-hour round trip to get here, all the way from Scotland.
Wow.
10-hour trip, sorry, not round trip.
Yeah, 10 hours.
That's dedication. But
Right.
we all do that living in Pembrokeshire, and
Yeah.
I bet you appreciate where you live now, Eirik, not at the ends of the world.
Yeah, that I have found that a big difference.
Penstrumbley is literally next up island, literally. It is at the sea, next to the ferry port, and
Yeah.
you have to be dedicated to live where we do.
You do indeed.
This looks like he's gone well.
Yes.
Big smile on Matthew's face. And again, he's
He enjoyed
asked him
that.
to stand.
Yeah, we're starting to see that walk is important and stand at the end is very important.
Very. Looks up next. It looks like we have 1512. That's David Garner's Cavill Barley. 15-year-old.
He's another winner here before.
Yes.
Yeah, Lily Burridge, yeah?
Yes, that's right. He was reserve champion in 2022.
A couple of years ago. That's right. And they all look in fabulous condition, don't they? Those stallions all stood there.
I definitely think we're noticing a trend from fat to fit.
We are. And the
is
judges are definitely making an impact on it now and it's starting to show. It's good.
It is good.
And we can see our representative of the sponsors of the Hunter section came into the ring from our BC Brewing Dolphin and ready for the awards to be announced as the judges of this section. Mr. Nathan Arnold and Mr. Charles Upton make their final deliberations about who is going to be awarded the Champion Hunter of the Royal Welsh 2024. I'm hoping to feel the tension in the ring at the moment as they call for
Matthew having a lovely morning riding and that lovely bunch of cobs, still smiling. He looks like he's having a whale of a time.
I think if you asked many a Welsh enthusiast what their big dreams would be, it would be to win the Royal Welsh or to ride judge the Royal Welsh.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, when you get to winning the Royal Welsh is, yeah, eluded us in the Welsh with the Welsh so far, but we've done it with Ella's done it with the minis, and I've done it with the Park Reds, and it's. But I think we strive to try and win it with the Welsh. So one day, if we do, it'll be a very, very exciting day. But getting asked to judge the ride is, you know, you've made an impact on the ridden world by then, haven't you?
Absolutely. That would be an honour.
And I can confirm our champion on the hunter section here at the Royal Welsh this year goes to number 1573, Zara Owens, well packed Don Giovanni, included in the honorable middleweight hunter class, and the reserve is awarded to 1.69, Charlotte Green Crosses, Fairwood. Please give them a round of applause as they leave the ring.
So we can just hear in the background champion hunter 1573, Zara Owen, Well Park, Don Giovanni, and reserve to Charlotte Prosser.
Cheer and round of applause as they leave.
Is it Mayfair?
Fairwood.
Fairwood.
Fairwood. So congratulations to Zara Owen, champion hunter. Well Park, Don Giovanni. And reserve to Charlotte Prosser, Fairwood. So this is a 5-year-old. Matthew's just got on board. Northwick Stormtrooper by Northwick Bon Jovi, bred by Mr. Egant and Mr. L. Breeze. And Matthew giving them a real good walk to begin with. I would think this will go well for a ride judge. It's exhibited by Peter Hodgkinson, who is more well known in the horse classes, so he will know how to prepare
The colour,
for a ride
there's
judge.
The colours as well a lot.
Yeah.
So. To be fair, it's gone very well.
5 years old, man.
Yeah,
He has just behaved impeccably.
Lovely temperament. Ridden cobs next door, they hogged cobs, so may jump from one to the other. We've got Mr. Andrew Thomas at the back there. Looks like he's finished his duties.
have Zara Owen posing for a picture.
It's very well deserved. Zara, one of the hardest working girls I know. And a very nice family to go with it.
Yep.
Lovely horse too.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
Same horse?
Same horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very nice horse.
And lovely for Charlotte with her new horse as well, so she hasn't ridden in the ring for a few years now. Nice to see her back in the saddle. Many moons ago she won first ridden at Horse of the Year show. I remember back in the day.
And she did go supreme ridden with a lead-in
Yeah,
ring.
she did. She did, yeah. 2 years ago.
2 or 3 years
Did,
ago.
yeah. Her little black pony.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did. With Mr. Keane judging.
That's it.
Yep.
Mr. John
I do
Keane.
remember, that's right. I know, congratulations, Zara, and all her connections. Thoroughly deserved.
He does look a lovely ride, Zara's horse, doesn't he? I might get my boots back on to ride that for her.
I think the pleasure in judging is looking at a horse like that and thinking, oh, I'd love to ride that.
And that's what it's about.
Yeah.
It's nice to... okay, in a show like today, you're not going to have the problem, but some shows you go and judge and you actually start to wonder, where's my champion?
That's difficult.
And I don't like them days.
No.
I'd rather see
You're out and out winner. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
some days you can go, I haven't got one. That's a champion today. Do you know what I mean? It hasn't stood out, but here today you're going to have it, aren't you? So.
Oh, absolutely.
Larley's dictator, the other brother, Ernie.
He looks a little more settled than the other brother.
He's 17 years old, bless
Is
him.
he? Gosh, he does look well, doesn't he? So he's the older brother.
He is the older brother.
No, he has given him a lovely ride.
And it's nice to see some of these. A lot in the cob classes today they haven't all been youngsters. They've
No.
been a good age range.
Yeah, they have. It's not, and it's nice to see that they're all coming out looking fit, well,
And still enjoying it.
and enjoying their job.
Another tick for the Welsh breeds. You know, they're hardy, they stay sound
Yeah.
generally, and they can have a long career.
They can, yeah.
There we go. Must be coming to the last couple. 1519.
Green Wings St David. Molly Mercer.
I think Matthew must be getting a bit tired now. But he still has given everyone the same opportunity as he did the first one, hasn't he? And still smiling. And it looks like the sun has come out. They've just popped the air conditioning on in our little quarter cabin.
Good timing, really. Now he's finished 60 odd cobs.
Yes.
Do we think? Almost 60.
Yeah, I would say he must have ridden about 60.
And considering the rain that we've had, the ground still looks perfect.
Yeah.
See the cobs in the hogged cobs in the other half of the ring now.
There we go, and that concludes its last ride. Well done, Matthew.
Absolutely well done.
Top job.
I think he's done a lovely job. We knew he would.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows with the standard of horses that have come forward for him, doesn't it? So we've currently got Katie Parry Evans on
Trevelyan Culloch.
a second. We've got
Lewin Howell Balls of Fire.
Yeah, Lewin Hewell, Balls of Fire. And then third is...
Monohawk Masterpiece.
and fourth is Natasha Ham.
Nice Crofter. Don Yuan.
See how much of a change I didn't notice anything going badly for him. Everything seemed to have gone well. It's all how they felt and how they stripped for Mr. Thomas. He did seem very keen on the pull-in of the first horse, didn't he? It clearly was
shouted to him, "Pick me!"
Yep. So are you competing the rest of the week here, Hannah, or?
Straight down to the RI tomorrow. The 2 ponies, 3 classes. I do feel a bit like I'm missing out a bit. Hopefully it won't clash again next year.
Yeah, hopefully.
I know.
Luckily, I'll be able to access on my phone live streams.
Straight on S4C.
Straight on S4C.
Yep.
Keep up with all the results.
We're very, very lucky to have this, as we've said before. So, big thanks to S4C for this huge operation up here on Horse Hill, which we get access to all of these classes, and not only the horses, but the shearing I can see on in the background. We've got cattle, sheep, and yeah, it's a full operation, and we're very, very lucky to have this, especially free of charge, to watch on a click of a button in Welsh, English, and can see it all across the world. I think it's an amazing platform for our wonderful show, so very, very grateful for that. And thank you to all the stewards, as we said, shouted out before, everyone that volunteers to keep this show going and all the other shows throughout the UK. And without all of these people helping on their time, we wouldn't have these amazing shows. So
absolutely. We'll be adding up those marks now.
I've never had a Cobb Stallion, but it's always a class I've wanted to win, this class. So
to get yourself one too.
I know. So
it's not too late.
Anyone want to send me a pony? I'll be running with a lead rein next year.
I won't, unless it's called Frying Pan, evidently.
But yeah, this is a true dream class to win, so I'll see now whose lucky day it is.
And it is.
Who is? Katie Parry Evans. Parry Evans.
Trevelyan Keelock.
Congratulations, Katie.
Another emotional win there, by the looks of things.
I think the second horse has stayed second.
Lewin Huel, Balls of Fire.
Natasha's come up to third.
Maisa Crofter, Don Yuan.
Yep.
And Monohawk Masterpiece in fourth.
Katie's worked very hard with this horse. She's brought him on herself.
Yeah, she
From a
has.
youngster. It's owned by Sonia Smith at Trevelyan Stud.
I think it's only his second season ridden, isn't it?
He has his second or maybe third, but she's done it all the work herself, and full credit to her. Full credit.
And I know she's been going down to Debbie Thomas a lot for lessons recently, so
I think she does a lot of dressage with him as well.
She does.
I think that's what's made him through the winter, is that she has dressaged him.
Definitely. Yeah. No, congratulations. And she does a lot in the trotting world now, doesn't she? Is it a partner that does trotting?
Yeah, she's married a
trotter.
A trotting man.
A trotting man, that's right.
Lewin Huel, Balls of Fire there in second.
Third place to 1516 and Trydydd I Natasha Sam on Maisa Crofter Don Yuan. Fourth place goes to 1510 and Pedwerydd I Dim Daniel Everett on Monohawk Masterpiece. Fifth place 1507 and Plymouth I
I think it was last year that Katie had a big fall off him in the collecting ring.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, it was a big... Anyway, she pulled through it all and got back bigger and better. So fair play to her.
Yeah. And I know she's worked hard to get him going well enough for a ride judge as well. You know, it's easy enough to get them round the ring yourself, but to get it for a ride judge to ride them, it's
that's
a big feat in its own.
Culloch is half brother to last year's Supreme horse and Cuddy qualifier.
Oh, and the Cuddy winner.
Yeah, yeah, of course, the Cuddy winner. Yeah,
you won the
win by Seren Ledig. That's it. The half brother, yeah, it's by the same horse.
Same stallion.
Vice Kilo, yeah.
Born to win at the Royal Welsh.
Absolutely.
He was a showman. I don't think I've ever seen a horse like him at the Horse of the Year show. Amazing.
Yeah, and the crowd got behind him.
It was magical to watch. Congratulations, Katie. Thoroughly deserved.
Big smile on her face there.
Yeah, and enjoy your gallop. And on to the championship. So calm him down and start again.
As the stallion cops take their last lap around the main ring, please do show appreciation. I know how much the riders and the breeders appreciate your cheer and your applause as they pass.
Not many crowds you get like that anywhere, is there?
Seems like a very popular win anyway.
So we'll have the 2 geldings back in, the 2 mares going up against the 2 stallions. So championship should be a good one.
Which one are you calling?
Well, I'm not calling because you two just sit on the fence.
For me, I would say the geldings.
Yep. Well, I'm not going to be... I think you would be right, to be honest.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
It all depends. The crowd seem to get behind the stallion there then, so you just don't know if the judges get influenced.
That's it. See if he gets settled back down for the championship.
Where we welcome the winners.
But yes, I have to say I watched the Price in Hand Supreme last year at Horse of the Year show, and that cob was just in a league of his own. He really stood out. He shone for the crowd, and it was magical to watch. It really was.
Yeah, it was. That was a lovely evening to watch, actually.
It was. It was. The crowd were really, like, you don't often see the crowds at Horse of the Year show. It's a lot calmer here. Obviously, we have the big crowds, but they really were after him, and he just shone like a star that day. He thoroughly deserved it. It was fantastic to watch. So.
Bit of banter between the judges there, I think.
I think Matthews.
Another emotional winner there. A dream come true for Sonia there, the owner and breeder.
More tears.
More tears. Makes us emotional up here.
I don't think anyone's come out and not cried today, so it just shows how much it means to everybody. So yeah, basically, I'm not sure if you could hear that, but Katie, he's been quite a difficult horse for Katie to do, so yeah, it's a very special win, and the owner said that all she's ever wanted was Katie and Kilcuch, is that what she called him? Kilcuch, to win at the Royal Welsh, and this is their dream come true.
Our mare winner.
We've had a lovely morning.
We have great company.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And, we've seen some absolute lovely cobs in front of us all morning.
I think they've all done their owners, riders, producers proud. They've all given a good account of themselves.
And the judges have done a fantastic job as well. All ridden beautifully. And now the sun's come out for the highlight of the day. It's all worth it for those smiles, isn't it?
Absolutely. Dreams come true in that arena.
It's the second in our stallion class. the winner of the gelding class, Ringside Sylwebaeth, just going at the bottom of the screen now. He's following the mare that was second,
Bred in Denmark.
Jessica Price at the top end with her winning mare. It looks like both judges have got on well, doesn't it?
Yeah, they look like they've really had a
a
good
great
time.
day.
Yeah, got on and
And that's what it's all about. That's our confirmation judge, Mr. Andrew Thomas. And they will be very proud stood in there today. Sorba. Homebred gelding. He really does come alive in this ring, doesn't he?
Anna Turnock's choice for champion.
Ooh.
Pressure's on now.
Well, we got to remember the championship is a totally different class.
It is.
So they could bring a second on to win if
Absolutely, it's been seen and done.
has.
That's our second mare. The second stallion.
Currently in the members centre, we have special class 149, where we have 4 first and second place competitors from the last.
I wonder if they'll get them to change the rein this time, or will they go straight for the gallop? And if you look at all of these first and seconds, they all do look like you would want to ride them, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully beyond the Devon International Wash Club Centre, we'd like to take the opportunity to thank Devon International Wash Club Centre.
That our winning stallion going across the diagonal now.
Of this championship.
It's a lot to ask for a young stallion, isn't it, to win that class, all the cheering, and then all of a sudden you've got to go well again. Which one do you think now, Eric?
Have I got to put my head on the block again, have I? Well, I'm going to go along with Hannah.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might be.
The gelding.
And then I might go stallion. Yeah, I think so. But we'll see. See how they gallop now. And how lucky have we been with this weather? It's
So
the
lucky.
sun has come out.
Considering the rest of the year has been awful.
Even last night till this morning driving here, I thought it's going to be a bad start to the Royal Welsh, but
There goes the bear. Jessica Price. There he goes.
she galloped well as well, didn't she?
She did. I do like that bit.
Yeah, it's lovely.
She stands out.
She
Yeah.
does, doesn't she?
She does.
Definitely one you'd want in the field to breed from, wouldn't she?
Oh, wouldn't you just?
I would imagine she'll only get better. She's low mileage, so
she's in her first season in the saddle.
And a lovely temperament, isn't it? Lots to come from her. Here we go. So we've got our judges, Mr. Matthew Lawrence and Mr. Andrew Thomas, having their quick final look around, because obviously Matthew wouldn't have seen them conformation and strips, so it's nice for him to have a look at their limbs and bone and everything up close. Having a look at Ringside Zebra and Kate Williams, the winner of the gelding class. Now we've got the mare with Jessica Price, which is called, come on now, Gemma. We know it's Gemma.
Yeah. I got to read it. Penrail Darren Gemma.
Penrail Darren Gemma.
I think we might need some lessons before next year, Gem.
Oh well, I did go to Welsh Junior School, so I should be good at this. I can understand it, but I have lost it, unfortunately, over the last 20 years.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if they had both geldings here.
Could be, yeah.
They've just had a good look at that second place gelding.
And he did a very good gallop, because they had a big cheer, didn't he? So
yeah.
It was a strong class, that gelding class.
It was a strong class.
It was, hey, we never know. We're not stood in the middle, so...
No.
We're not the bosses today, we're just talking about it.
I think the confirmation judge likes the stallion. There we go.
Decision
Hats
made.
off. Stallion. Well done, Katie. Fantastic. And Kate and Ringside Zebra in reserve.
Well,
lovely winners.
Katie and Kate. Ah,
lovely photo.
that was nice to see.
And that's it. Those are the friendships you make over the years. You're just as happy for your friends as you are for yourself. So you know how special these moments are.
Oh, Katie's absolutely thrilled. As she would be.
Yeah. Been worth all the hard work.
Yeah, it's you just can't explain how much work it takes to get to this level. To get there, is out years, not just weeks. It's years of preparation, bringing them on to a level where they come to win at the big stage.
And they can change so much month on month, can't they?
Yeah, they can, and it's such a lovely process. And if you're there with them the whole time, it's amazing to be a part of it as well.
The Gorwellen Perpetual Trophy, Welsh Pony Pop Society Gold Performance Medal, and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show Championship.
That's a picture for the mantelpiece for those judges. You know, it's not just the people who own the horses that buy the photos. I've got a few, and I judged in Australia with the winners over there as well. So
I do often wonder. I was sat eating my tea the other night at dinner, looking at a picture of a judge looking back at me. I do often wonder if these judges know they're in so many people's living rooms.
There we go. So there's our champion,
Tiralian Keelup,
and Katie Parry Evans. So
huge congratulations to her.
The day of dreams for her,
and to Sonia Smith, his owner and breeder.
We'd like to thank Mrs. D.J. Johnson, who has kindly given the organic capital trophy. Also thanks to
And hopefully we'll see him back on the Supreme on Thursday. Absolutely, yep.
To the champion Welsh cob shown in the Sabre medal.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done, Katie. Welsh girl winning in Wales.
Yeah. And to Kate Williams Reserve. Well done to Kate too.
Absolutely.
Homebred.
This is a very lucky show for the Williams family. And that's their mum in the background there with the sunglasses on her head. So
I'm sure they've got many classes to come.
oh gosh, this is the start of the week for them.
Yeah, so they'll be hoping
They'll have their running shoes on for the rest of the week.
They'll be hoping they've not peaked just quite yet.
No. So we may be going just over to the hogged cobs, the ridden cobs section. If they haven't finished, so we'll see now. And we might have Hannah have a chat with Katie. It will be quiet while she talks, just in case you can hear it, but if you can't, we'll just let you know what she said at the end. But look at the crowds on that hill. There aren't any shows that have that, isn't it? There's barely a patch to sit on, and it's not even Cob Day on Wednesday yet.
Sun is shining. Everyone is living their best life.
Absolutely. We'll be out there in a bit. But thank you for everyone that's been listening. We've had a lovely day. It's quite a difficult job to do. We can only see what you can see, so we've got hundreds of pieces of papers in front of us with all the names and numbers and all of the... There's lots and lots of work that goes into the background of giving us the information on the judges and the ponies and everything, so there's a huge team behind the SLC team. I know Hannah's even done a bit of background for the Section A sections for tomorrow, so yeah, we don't do this out on our own. It's a lot of hard work from a lot of people, so thank you to everyone that's listened. But here's Katie and Hannah.
So there's a lot to look forward to this afternoon for all to enjoy. We will also have a parade of flowers, a parade of the prize-winning horses of all the competitions within the horse room and the main room that have taken place today. We will then also have the Royal Welsh Ambassador and the Telstar Carriage Driving demonstration.
So Katie even broke the horse in, so into his third season she even broke him in, so massive achievement. And they're thinking they may go and have a drink in the Welsh Pony and Cob tonight.
I'm sure there'll be many in there tonight.
I don't blame them.
They totally deserve it.
Something to celebrate for sure.
Absolutely. And that's the great part about this show. We don't, when we go to other shows, we don't have the social side. We normally go back into your lorry and back home, and at least when you're here, we all get to celebrate with friends and enjoy it. And what a picture that is, isn't it? That's a picture for the mantelpiece in front of that. So, well, here we go. So we're back to the hogged cobs. We'll call them the cobs. With our judges, Mr. Charles Upham and Nathan Arnold. They've had a lovely day today. So we're coming to the conclusion of this class, so bear with us while we try and catch up with what it is. So I think it looks like Zara Owen on the first one. So we'll see now if she gets...
Yeah, Zara. Again, she's had a busy morning. I know this is a very young horse. She's only been a couple of shows, so...
She's had a busy few days, hasn't she?
Whether she'll stay up there is another thing, but...
Got the ridden cobs. There's Malcolm Rosser. He's riding Rooster Coburn. He's previous winner for the last 2 years here. He qualified for the Royal International in the amateurs, qualified for the Horse of the Year show last year, his first attempt, and was champion at the British Show Horse Association Championships. And he was bought as a foal at Llanybother Market. And I think, from my memories, he was about £500 or £600.
I brought it home for him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, you were lucky.
I did.
I bet he didn't look like that then, did he?
No, I didn't.
No.
But I did know he was a nice
A nice horse, yeah. I remember him saying he saw it tied up, and yeah, lovely horse.
There's not many other disciplines in the horse world where you could pick a horse up for £500-600 and go on and be a champion, is there?
No. Sarah's been pulled in on top again, I think.
So this is a mixed class. It doesn't have a split weight. Usually with these we have a lightweight, a heavyweight and a maxi cob, but this is a mixed class. So yeah, it looks like we have Zara Owen in top.
Jane Jones in second, is it?
Looks like. Not sure who's third. Fourth is Malcolm Rosser. So from what I can see without looking at the numbers, we've got Kyle Marnie's Dune Apollo, ridden by Zara Owen. Jane Jones in second with Burlington Bertie. He's only a 5-year-old, a young horse. Then we have, not sure on the third. Fourth we've got Malcolm Dixon, Malcolm Dixon on Rooster Coburn, on the 7-year-old. And yeah, he's a lovely horse there. Previous 2 winners, last winners for the last 2 years, but lovely class today. Nine entries forward, 9 catalogue entries. It looks like nearly all of them are present.
A lovely horse to look at, aren't they? A hog cob.
They are, and
but
you know,
they're about impossible to breed, aren't they?
They are. If you actually see them all hairy,
yeah.
they don't look like that at all.
No.
You'd more likely see them tied to a roundabout, especially the coloured ones. They are very hairy, very feathery. It's you have to have a very good eye.
You would, yes.
You're very clever to spot those. But I went to the British Show Hack Association ride assessment, and when I first did it, I've never ridden in a cob class, never really followed them, so I just thought I'd do the hacks and the riding horses. And when I got there was Jane Webber's horse called, I can't remember what he's called now on top of my head, the coloured horse that won everything, and he was there as one of the horses to ride, and I looked and I thought, I'll have a ride of him. I'll definitely try and do the cobs today, and I absolutely fell in love with them. I love them. They're amazing. They're not heavy like you expect them to ride. They're so fun. So yeah, if anyone has the chance to have one of these hog cobs, they are absolutely fantastic. So quiet, versatile, they're strong, but yeah, they're lightweight to ride and lovely, lovely types. But look at the bone on that first one.
He's had a very, very good day.
Very good day.
Champion hunter.
Must be a lucky show.
Yeah.
So yes, well done, Zara, and that's the winner of the ridden cobs on Kyle Marnie's Dune Apollo, and that one's now eligible for the Supreme on Thursday as well. And there's the sponsors of the class. Sorry, we don't have who they're sponsored. Sponsorship by Mr. and Mrs. Edward Harris. So thank you to the Harris family for sponsoring this section. Without these sponsors, we can't run these shows either. So they are vital, from the smallest amount to the huge amount that some pay, but every single penny keeps these shows going, so thank you. So we've got second is Jane Jones on Burlington Bertie.
We are very grateful to our sponsors, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards, for being with us here today. And also our judges, the riding judge, Mr. Nathan Alfano, who's done a sterling job overriding all the different
to say it again, Nathan and Nathan Arnold and Mr. Charles Upham have done a fantastic job. They've had, considering it's not a Horse of the Year show qualifier, they've had some amazing horses forward today, so...
Yeah, they've had a lovely day, a lovely bunch of horses to judge, so...
Mr. Malcolm Dixon, this is one of my firm favourites. Rooster Coburn, Shanabada Bargain. Brought home safely by Eric.
He was, yeah.
And a lovely man as well. Lovely family.
Yeah, lovely. Malcolm's really nice, down to
proper gentleman, yeah.
Hard-working chap.
Yeah.
Enjoys his horses on the weekend.
Yeah, does it, works and then does it on the weekend. Proper hobby.
It is, yeah. But a proper horseman with it.
Oh, absolutely. I remember seeing him at one of his first shows at Bridgend, and it was only first or second show when he was tied outside the trailer. He was a proper horse, you know. He'd been hunting in the winter, and yeah, they do everything with him. So, and he'll have a home for life. I know he had a very successful horse before him, and they have a home for life with him. So. Lovely stamp of a horse. So sorry we haven't got the numbers for the others. So I think you've got Eirig tomorrow here again?
Yep, I'm back on in the morning.
Back on, yeah.
Who's with me tomorrow? John Kirk, I think. And somebody else.
There we go. I'm sure you'll have another lovely day.
I'm sure we will.
Especially on the park and ride.
I'm not doing that tomorrow morning. I'll have the sack if I'm late again.
2 days in a row. Yeah, so if you are coming up to the show, do make sure you give yourself plenty of time. Even at 7:30 in the morning, it's very busy. So
I think the weather forecast is a nice week, isn't it? So
it has turned. It has. I think we're lucky. It's going to be.
Yeah.
The sun is shining,
so bring everybody out to enjoy the show.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to see. So I'm coming back tomorrow night or Wednesday with my 2 little ones, so I'll be in completely different parks to which I normally go to. We'll be in the play parks and the toy shops, and costing me a fortune.
Yeah, I was just thinking that my boys are with Grandma, so I'm just trying to wonder how much sweet stuff they've had already.
Oh, I'm sure they've had plenty. And best of luck the rest of the week to Royal International, everyone that's going there and here, and Eirig with your yearling and the kids.
Yeah, you got it.
Hope you all have a good week.
Thank you.
Now that concludes our morning here in the main ring at Llanelwedd, and our final winner in the main ring today is Cal Marnie's Doom Apollo with Zara Owen, who's had an absolute fantastic morning. So congratulations. I'm sure they'll be at the Welsh Pony and Cob Bar later as well. It's going to be a busy day up there.
I should think, yeah.
Thank you,
Zara will have a lot of nice, happy owners tonight.
Absolutely. So thank you everyone for listening, and I hope you have all enjoyed. We'll think she'll have a quick chat to Hannah. We'll let you know what she says.
And I would now like to hand you over to Mr. Peter Howard for the creation of the JCB Dancing Diggers.
Thank you very much, and the team that have been here throughout the morning. There's been some fantastic classes and wonderful horses on show here once again in the sunshine after the Royal Welsh on Monday. As she said, the next thing you see in the ring are the Dancing Diggers. And while they come in, I'll tell you a little bit about them. Now, the founder of the company, Joseph Cyril Baffer, in the early 60s, started building trailers, and he fitted a hydraulic ram onto
Zara just thanking her team there. She's been in every class in that ring this morning, so she must have a super team behind her.
That went on the back of a tractor. Now, I'm sure you all know
This horse is just a baby, she's explaining, only his 3rd or 4th show this year. And back for the Supreme on Thursday.
And what they do so he lifted the machine with the hydraulic arm completely off the ground and drove his own car underneath it. And that little move is still being demonstrated today.
And I think that's it from us up here on Horse Hill. Thank you for sticking with us and enjoy the rest of your week.
Hope you all enjoyed. Thanks ever so much.
I'm sure in some places they can go faster than their red counterparts, but they're the JCB official demonstration team, and they have expertly trained drivers installing JCB equipment all over the world. They've travelled to America, Australia, Iceland, and all